Louis Pasteur, Edward Jenner, Jonas Salk. They didn't just talk about it, but they did it. That was long robe entericology. What's long robe entericology? In the old delineation of our physician specialties, there's the long robe, the surgeons, and the short robe, which today are barbers. The delineation between the two couldn't be more important. We don't have long robe entericologists. Entericology is a medical science and the proposed physician specialty for your digestive system, including any and all of the viruses, parasites, disease that come with it. Enteric is the increasingly accepted term for the digestive system's neurosystem, which there's good evidence to suggest that that's part of how parasites are able to wield control over their host. Louis Pasteur, Edward Jenner, Jonas Salk, they didn't just talk about this thing, long robe entericology, they practiced it. And famously eradicated disease. There are medical scientists in entericology, including Theodor Irisch, who discovered E. coli, Bernard von Langenbeck, who discovered candidosis, Dr. Daniel Elmer Salmon, who discovered salmonella. And those are three of the primary conditions that you see in entericology medical science that haven't been cured yet. We don't think that those three diseases and more that are still going are going to be defeated until we recognize entericology as a specialty, until we way tighten up. The fact that some foodborne illnesses are what turn up in surgery site infections, that they're similar infections, similar infectious agents, mean that we have a way bigger problem, a way bigger iceberg underneath the surface, because we train our physicians, our surgeons, to be so meticulous. And if we're seeing foodborne illness showing up in surgical site infections, we have a far broader issue of enteric conditions than described. There are good estimates that there's tens of millions of Americans that are afflicted with food conditions each year. One real conservative thought is, are there really false positives on food poisoning? It's possible that there aren't. That's a very important question, because looking at the case history, we'll talk about some of that today, for entericology is the increase of new pests, the increase in new parasites, of which there's been a steady stream of new parasites as you look back into the anthropological record, which is troubling, but all the more reason to throw the hammer down. What is sanitation? Sanitation derives from the Latin word sanitas, meaning health. This would be applied to the food industry, to medicine, to individuals' residences. There's an old Jagvedic word, which is kailo, Kailo, which means healthy, uninjured. That's really the right standard for our patients, is kailo. Kailo is higher than health. It's more precise than this word sanitas, which is a distracting word, because sanitation means cleaning the surroundings, right? It doesn't mean healthy, because there's this whole field of probiotics, of which in this medical science field I've gone through some effort of tranching the relative utility of probiotics with a letter tranching score from A to Z, probiotic A all the way to probiotic Z. And that tranching is based on a rigorous methodology, because with the uprise in probiotics, which can be useful in different methods, and there are different theories of how probiotics are useful for us. They vary dramatically in their utility. And that's something that's really critical in this new science, is that, as we're subtracting things from individuals' habits and from their food supply and from their nutrition plan, we need to increase and specify what the good things are to eat, which between our friends in medicine and our friends in dentistry, there's so much confusion on patients' behalf because we don't have this field that's definitive in medical science, definitive in medicine, for what people are supposed to eat to be kalo, to be healthy. And that's part of, that's the first work of, this medical specialty. And it grows out of a field that's rigorously empirical, with Louis Pasteur, Edward Jenner, Jonas Salk. And we simply, there's been a steady stream of folks in this field, but they've been at the fringes of medical science. They've been at the fringes of physician practice, in veterinary surgeons, in epidemiologists, and folks like me. I happen to have been a veterinary surgeon in a medical school, where we were in an oath setting, doing surgical procedures on primates. Often preventative, caring, inherently caring. And that traces back to the Hippocratic Oath, to be superior in horses. Those of us that cared better for animals in the field, once upon a time were seen as the best physicians for Homo sapien. That happens to certainly be true for the forefathers in this profession of entericology. There's new equipment, new instruments. There's new surgical disposables that are necessary for this new field. The data suggests that we have the best and brightest getting into medicine, that we have the often the smartest people at the patient's bedside, and if they're still not eradicating surgical infections, hospital infections, something else is wrong. And if we keep doing it the same way we always did it and expect different results, it's outrageous. We can do better. And so part of that is looking at, in my book, full disclosure, I'm the author of a book, Perfecting the Brand American Medicine, which happens to be include a lot of useful heuristics for entericology. One of them is the 7 topologies, of which, if you look at an operating room along the 7 topologies, you can't do quality and finance separate. To have a healthy, clean, vibrant operating room, that is got active cases coming into it, because there's been a lot of churn in the last decade or two. Change in ownership, change in partners, change in governance. And so that means that the 7 topologies are all the more important. The 7 topologies are the science, of which, entericology is, the specialty, the medical specialty of entericology. There's the brand, of which, again, the titans of medicine happen to be the forefathers in this field. And yet you can't go to a conference or pick up the phone and call an entericologist. And right now, if you try to say who is the premier entericologist, maybe somebody at the USDA, or somebody at the, and I'm not kidding, the Restaurant Association over the ServSafe program, which is how bartenders get trained. And that's simply, and then it would drop, you look at schools, primary schools with home ec. And, what we've done in those 3 areas have not and will not get us all the way there. So having a real medical science or real medical specialty is the first topology, is the science and the brand. The brand is the second topology, which is for your organization to be able to deliver surgical infection-free surgeries, as in none. And we don't have brand players that can make that guarantee or deliver on it today. We will. with a new program, we will. The third topology is the operation, which is the physical space and the people in it. That happens to be critical, which is there's a finite number of improvements in any given operating room to get us totally infection-free. It has to come from the realization that every Homo sapien is presumed to have foodborne parasites on their person. Literally every one of us, every adult. And the data suggests that at least 6% of newborns come into the world with foodborne parasites on them. Which, that humbling statement is the likely reality of the field, and the likely reason that we've not eradicated a major cluster of foodborne illness, and instead there's a stream of new foodborne illnesses, which, for some of us that are real rock rib medical scientists, the morphology in foodborne illness seems to be so much extra natural would be the right word, because the onset of some of these incidents, which we'll talk about later, have been so extraordinary. You don't see it in other parts of medicine. In part, you could think of the different reasons why. The sheer volume of food we're eating, the frequency with which we're eating, and I know that we can get to a place of zero surgical infections, especially with that third topology of the operation. Who's on the roster, and going from an amateur team to a professional team, going to a team that is literally zero infections, that's oathed zero infections. We know that's doable. That could result in some changed personnel. There's folks that'll rise to the occasion. America happens to be blessed with a roster of folks that, if you take a look at paramedics, paramedics are up to the challenge. My grandfather happened to invent the modern fire truck at American La France. Paramedics have been an incredible success story, and are a group of individuals that are ready for the challenge, of answering the call. Where those are folks that answer the call, and can be groomed into a new profession of technicians as part of entericology, because the standards of quality, cleanliness, and accreditation for paramedics is something that can be built upon. The fourth topology is the department, of which, and I'm going to be really hard on some of our accreditors in the field of medicine, because they've basically no-showed. If you look back, there's Louis Pasteur, Edward Jenner, Jonas Salk, and then there's long yawning silences of, we haven't eradicated anything. And the new strains of illness that have come up in this field have increased faster than they've decreased. Making it, arguably, the most important problem for United States governors, the most important problem for Health and Human Services. It is the iceberg underneath us, is foodborne illness. If you look at the metabolic changes, you look at the, body mass index changes of Americans, you can't say we don't have an epidemic of problems in entericology. It has to be. It has to be in food, has to be in food sanitation, has to be in food poisoning, has to be in this, extra natural strains of parasites. And I use parasite broadly to include, yeasts, bacterium, molds, of which, going into too much, differences in the anatomy is part of the issue, actually, because, we need to score and categorize parasites in an objective way, based on their behavior, based on the morphology we see in front of us, and that's part of what I hope to discuss today is some of the letter tranching, some of the research, and some of the science. That fourth topology, though, is the department, which is the accreditor. The accrediting today, if you look at foodborne illness, who's the doctor's doctor on that? where you get a real complex case, you call the restaurant association, and you could talk to somebody at ServSafe that's trained somebody in ServSafe. And that's simply, while they're quality individuals in that program, that's not good enough for America, and that's not good enough for Americans. There's a long robe of entericology that Louis Pasteur, Edward Jenner, and Jonas Salk were part of. We simply don't have a residency for it. We simply don't have a medical school dedicated to it. We don't have a medical sect that's inclusive enough to see that as a physician specialty. And we know that there are instruments, equipment, and supplies that are useful, that are tools that can be used in the field that are already approved, already have FDA approval, and are simply not deployed because there's not a captain of the ship. And so we're trying to reinsert that captain of the ship in entericology. The folks at the Joint Commission, for example, which part of the field of entericology is the relationship between individuals and food in ways that are habit forming. The Joint Commission is the source of screening community candidates for pain, which was one of the single largest public health and medical failures of the last 100 years. The opioid epidemic originates from the department, from the Joint Commission, from the accreditor, from the guys that were supposed to be the long-robed guys. They were supposed to be carrying the mantle of Louis Pasteur, Edward Jenner, Jonas Salk, and didn't. They went into communities where, again, our public health and our statistics maxims are so clear that screening causes harm. You can't screen people for pain without causing harm. And this thing came out of nowhere. And the idea that community folks in primary care should be screened for pain is so stupid, and is the antithesis of do no harm. Particularly with a 10-step Likert scale that looks like how drunk somebody is. How much pain do you have? Again, which was such an outrageous experiment, and that it took so long for the Joint Commission to reverse and realize what they were doing was causing the opioid epidemic. Shame on them. And so mostly I want to convince you that every hospital needs to can JCO and need to can them today. We need to have a new medical science-based accrediting. And that's something that, a mantle that we're willing to pick up. Me, I happen to be a real rigorous, peer-reviewed medical scientist. I don't do lab coat, cookbooks, in another physician specialty. But I understand well enough that entericology is such a serious threat to Americans, to our food supply, to our health, and it's one of the most serious complicators of our healthcare supply. And again, I happen to have accumulated the methods for disease eradication, instrumentation, equipment, to be a partner with anesthesia and with the surgeon, to have an entericologist that's real conservative, physician aligned, on the same team, but absolutely focused on microorganism eradication from the premises and from our person, from our roster, to go from an amateur roster to a professional roster. In a manner of speaking, to change the world forever for the better. We do need a new accreditor. We call it the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission. It comes from my personal passion that we know from E.O. Wilson, who's a real rock-ribbed conservative scientist, that there were 66 Good Shepherd traditions, good doctor traditions. There are 66 different tribes of the Hippocratic Oath, and that there were 66 other ways of doing surgery. And our medical science is exceptional. We know that American physicians are the best there have ever been. This specialty is missing. There literally isn't a person that's a captain of the ship for it, and there needs to be. It's probably too much for the surgeon to do. It's probably too much for the anesthesiologist to do. And the most important innovations, in the field of medicine have really come in surgery in the last 100 years. It's been involved in doubling our life expectancy, and the things we choose to put in our body are almost certainly the thing that differentiates us life expectancy wise. And there simply isn't. There's too much pop medicine, popular science that leaks into this field, which is completely unacceptable given, again, the volume and frequency of outbreaks. So the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission is coming to the hospital and surgery center, the imaging facility in your community, where we want to accredit our facilities for quality and finance. We think that trying to do quality on Monday and finance on Tuesday fundamentally doesn't work, because in healthcare it's the same thing. It's these 7 topologies that really matter: science, brand, including all of its promises and guarantees; operation, department, including the accreditor, and then your revenues, your assets, and your net assets. And that's our quality and finance accrediting framework, of which for any hospital, every hospital will benefit from it. Our experience with hospitals and physicians is that every one of our clients has benefited, because again, we're not coming there with a one narrow focus of we're going to look at the clutter in your surgery hallways, because it's one-dimensional. There is such a thing as bad clutter. The microorganisms are not clutter. Like one of the most important learnings out of entericology, if you study it, is that there's a huge distinction between what we would call like a stain and an infectious disease, a soil and an infectious disease, and like the short robe barber, words like stain, is something that have percolated into our departments of surgery and into our hospitals, where we think that if there's clutter, that the clutter is dirty or infectious, and it isn't. The clutter that's disinfected, 2 or 3 times a day, in between cases, it can be 5 or 6 times a day, is so unlikely to be the source of infection in a well-run facility, like that has high-quality turnovers. Having this new focus on eradicating microorganisms, the focus on microorganisms, you can't see them. And so how do you make the microorganisms visible, which is part of our surveillance methodology? And then how do you reward success, right? And how do you measure success? There's not a surgeon in America that doesn't want to do that. If you look at what the rates of foodborne illness are, it can be humbling that a large number of our caregivers are long-term chronic sufferers of foodborne illness. And the relationship between those organisms and your body could, some observers have said, limit your free will, that those parasites could be making decisions for you in your life. And that realization, it can be really humbling. But that gives a reason for us to be real aggressive on surveillance. It also kind of has to be true, because we've trained the best people to be physicians, and we didn't eradicate any of these microbes, any of them. After putting people through medical school, residency, and fellowship, we didn't eradicate a single one of these, not in one community in America. Which is what's really striking, is the extranatural survival of foodborne parasites, and other issues in entericology. And so, frankly, I know that we can do better. And so we want to introduce the 7 topologies, because 7 topologies are ultimately the real rule of law. And like America is a country that believes in rule of law, And physicians have been all too regulated by like bar associations, folks that have no medical science training of any kind. And so we want to raise the bar in this new field of entericology. And so we're asking that you join us. We're asking that you use us at the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission as your accreditor, where we intend to rate quality and finance, rate science, brand, operation, and also rate your bonds, your equity. And for those of you that are physician partners, make sure there's good governance, that your real estate arm is having board meetings, that your surgery center arm is having high quality board meetings, and again, like not trying to get you, but trying to help you be successful. Again, like a tertiary quaternary physician's physician. That's our intention in the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission. Again, I was like a low level veterinary surgeon. That is the specialty that some of the best specialties in medicine have come from. I never lost a patient. Was real conservative. I was also really aggressive on low dose and no dose narcotics, which that goes back to 2008, where I worked real closely with anesthesiologists and orthopedic surgeons on getting low dose, no dose surgery, which is something that I've been 15 years. I've been at the forefront of that field all over America, and so which happens to be part of entericology, is what we put in our patients, and auditing controlled substance prescribing and administration is one of those important areas of entericology where you want a medical scientist to oversee that for the whole department of surgery, for the whole hospital, for the whole medical group. Someone that's just gonna has no political sway, is just looking at quality and finance. What's the swing on the major classes of controlled substances, and what's the explanation for the major differences? Because the other alternative is a police function, which isn't a lot of fun for those of you that are in practice. So we want to have a Hippocratic Knighthood Commission of entericology, again with this origin story that includes veterinary surgeons. Includes trailblazing disease eradicators, and includes knights. Sir George Baker, the first baronet, was a physician at King George III, of all things. He was a British physician and lawyer, which happens to be something really important. When you look back at physicians that have been successful at eradicating parasites, you see more knights, you see more directional medical scientists that create a new field, and then you see that there tends to not be a replacement in their specialty. And that's why having this entericology movement, which again, like the parasympathetic nervous system has cardiology, the somatic nervous system has orthopedics and neurology and neurosurgeon, physiatry. The sympathetic nervous system has like psychiatry, like urology, another specialty that rely on this the sympathetic nervous system. The enteric nervous system is the largest of those four by far. And we don't have a medical science physician specialty focused on it. We have gastroenterology, which are some of the most amazing people in America. They're in a race to eradicate colon cancer, which happens to be a qualitatively different thing. That happens to be an internal medicine pursuit. And happens to be qualitatively different. And in many communities don't have a way to be the captain of the ship in surgery, and don't have the anesthesia and surgeon experience in the field to really be that person. That's not to say that I couldn't be that person in some communities, But regardless, when you look back in time, Sir George Baker was a physician at King George III. He happened to be one of those early detectors of disease in entericology, where in that case it happened to be tracing lead poisoning back to ciders that were adulterated. And adulterated is a real old term, of which we have to do better than a lot of the old terms that are used in the short robe specialty, the short robe medical science of sanitation. We just have like such a large number of folks that work in restaurants and in sanitation that have a nominal one-day training on sanitation. That's America's public health system until you start getting to epidemiologists, at the CDC and USDA, which are rarely ahead of infectious agents. But this presence of knights happens to be important. One of our other efforts is creating a College of Knights here in New Hampshire, which is the Sir Henry Vaughan College of Knights, which originates from one of my ancestors who came to America, passed the first religious freedom law in the New World. He founded Harvard University, which was predicated on Cambridge Covenant. That's why the town in Massachusetts is called Cambridge, was that he predicated it on Cambridge Covenant, on King Henry II Covenant. And so in this new endeavor for the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission, we look to graduate new knights, not just in entericology, but in some of these administrative specialties that make a huge impact. And like if you look at a medical specialty that could help with diversion prevention of opioids, prescription audits, eliminate foodborne illness, that's a new, physician specialty. And, we hope to train those folks. It has many of them have a more public health origin, but we want all of you physicians to embrace it. Again, because we're trying to make all of the rest of physicians more successful. And the reason that we're looking at founding this new College of Knights is that if you look back, knights performed really well in efforts to combat foodborne illness through history, and some of that can have meaning and purpose, and perhaps the kind of titles that we attach to folks, that or the preparation, or all three. And so we ask for you to join us. Where again, these words like soil is a short robe, term for debris. And again, debris isn't necessarily microbial, whereas the if do a microscopy study on the floors in surgery, and look at the footwear in surgery. Look at doing some real serious study, basic science study in Department of Surgery, and you'll find that the detecting foodborne illness on the person, on the patient, and on the professionals is a routine activity. That you would routinely find foodborne parasites on everybody. And that it happens to be because we don't go nearly far enough stripping the foodborne parasites off of our caregivers before they get into the operating room. And like something that would require 2 or 3 steps, no carpets, and like a wholly different kind of shoe. Because, your shoes are electrostatic parasite attractors. And so like the idea of, you build that magnificent operating room and you train that amazing physician, and then you walk them in there in $20 shoes that are covered in parasites. and literally wearing the same shoes through each case throughout the day. To give an example. And most of you want to convince you that together we can do better. And that's just giving you a salient example of the distinction between debris and microorganisms. Your shoes might look clean. That doesn't mean that there's a clean pair of shoes in surgery today. Adulteration is another short-robed term. And this is important because the D.C. District Court in American Public Health Association versus Butts in 1974 ruled that the USDA secretary, who is Butts, was his name, B-U-T-Z, didn't treat salmonella as an adulterant, of which there's a legal hurdle that to prosecute and improve the safety of our food supply, we had to jump over this hurdle that the parasite was an adulterant, because our USDA regulation and code hinges so heavily on the word adulterant. And the the DC District Court ruled in favor of the USDA and said that salmonella is not an adulterant. And that's news to consumers because that ruling happens to be so important. And the fact that it has not been overturned, has not been heard by the U.S. Supreme Court, is again since 1974, is outrageous. Which was another motivator for the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission to launch this new entity, because we're not going to get rid of foodborne illness if the United States Department of Agriculture doesn't think that salmonella is an adulterant. And it just, you have to get rid of get the barber attorneys out of here, with their reading law, because again this is an area of natural law. Parasites are. If you look back the last 50 years, new parasites have originated faster than we're eradicating them. We can't wait for barber attorneys with barber accreditation to spontaneously learn medical science and make the right decision. And again, we love the USDA. We think it's a high quality organization. Just this scope of issue is that you need to have a microscope in your kitchen to know if there's salmonella, because there's no labeling. There's no risk stratification. As you go up and down the grocery aisle, it doesn't say, there's a 10% or less risk of this having salmonella, with or without it being considered an adulterant. The consumer doesn't care if it's an adulterant. Again, that's a short-robe term. It's a lowbrow term. And again, just because the chicken doesn't have any debris on it doesn't mean that it's not teeming with microorganisms. And that's fundamentally at issue here, is that we don't have a microscope in every kitchen in America. We think that level of inspection doesn't make sense. And so it comes down to adding new levels of preparation, of which there are new instruments, there are new methods, there's new disposables. The long robe science is there, and the examples are there. With Louis Pasteur, with Jonas Salk, and so getting away from short robe terms of soil and adulteration, which again your surgery technologist there in surgery is likely to use short robe terminology like that, and that's the whole source of the problem. The USDA uses short robe terms like adulteration. That's the whole problem. Is that there's a microorganism there or not? There's a parasite there or not? And there's other qualitative kinds of medical conditions, such as the historic example of lead poisoning, which wasn't obvious when metallurgists started working with lead. Qualitatively different thing. Again, that's something that internal medicine and entericology can cooperate on. Is those areas of contamination, not from non-parasites. And so, if you look in the get real conservative about content. There's sand, there's silt, there's clay. That's what soil is. And we're talking about the soil out there in nature that people walk on. There are parasites out there. Parasites originate there. The parasites are more coming from the microorganisms in our food supply. And so, this word soil happens to not be useful. It's not instructive. It's not directional. And a look in a microscope, at the shoe of any circulator, of any, department of surgery at the end of the day, and you'll see, there's parasites in there. Which, frankly, we can do better. Because we're not going to do a microscope in every kitchen in America. That's putting the inspection at the wrong step. And so how do we make our bodies KALO? How do we make our caregivers KALO? How do we make our surgical process KALO? It's having a castle defense methodology. There is an old method for that. It ties to Jagiellonian law. Jagiellonian law is the ancient law of Lithuanian knights and kings, of which were extraordinarily conservative. It had extraordinarily conservative methods for making cheese, extraordinarily conservative methods for making sausage. Wouldn't put two kinds of meat in sausage. That absolutely wouldn't happen. And so there are 66 tribes of examples of how the problem has been solved. The Lithuanians, happen to have been the ones that came in 1773 and built West Point. And so that castle methodology has been functional. And so having a castle mentality for your department of surgery in your operating room, which can come naturally for surgeons, and having a partner with you, again, that's not not the Joint Commission, not the guys that caused the opioid epidemic, and not someone trying to rate the hospital bonds, but somebody that wants you to do high quality surgeries with high quality turnovers. We talked about the letter tranching on probiotics, of which this method of tranching by letter has been successful elsewhere in medicine in building simple algorithms. With probiotics, there's a finite number of things that we're looking for that probiotic to do. And basically, we've allowed certain things to be promoted as probiotic that are not doing these things. The first one is probiotics that kill off, crowd out, bristle, stiffen against parasites. Candida, Salmonella, E. coli. That's really fundamentally what we're looking for probiotics to do. It's not described that way in the trade, but in the long road medical science, we're looking for healthy probiotics that are by letter tranche probiotica with an A, that are top tranche, that bristle, stiffen, kill off parasites in our body. We're looking for them to cop, as in to beat, to strike the parasites. We're looking for them to increase bioavailability of the food we eat. They can emit enzymes that make food more bioavailable for us. We're looking for abhars, as in ABHARS, abhars, as in no points, no hooks, no bristle. We're looking for them to not have parasite anatomy, that are a threat to our body. We're looking for a Lenger, again, which is an old Jagfetic word, which means no dwelling, no residing in our body. We're not looking for them to, set up shop. We're looking for them to kill off parasites. A plate, which is an old Jagfetic word, where plate is like to braid. So we're looking for no interbreeding, no interlacing, no braiding between the probiotics. And we're looking for a sock dolager, which was an old vivid word that was just too nice to throw in there, which is like the decisive blow for killing off parasites. That's what probiotics are about. We're looking for it to be a pest, as in an opposite of a pest, as in no disease, no contagion. And we're looking for amorphology, of which we're looking for it to not evolve. In a summary of terms, we've seen microorganisms evolve, and we're not looking for probiotics to evolve. But those are the features for inclusion criteria of becoming probiotica, and those would be the rule outs for probiotics, with an S, and scoring, some of our probiotics, when you look really closely at them, fail so many of those criteria that they're arguably not probiotics. They're arguably parasites, and that distinction is so important because that's some of the in this field, one of the instruments that we have are other organisms. And those other organisms are only successful if they're letter tranched, and then if they're matched to the parasite and the host, and which is a body of work that, from my research, I didn't see that other people had done. And so we're entering that as part of this medical science is a letter truncheon of probiotics, and we're looking for probiotics that can deliver a sockdologer, a knockout punch. For parasites. Like I've done a fair amount of experimentation in food process, of which some of these issues are systematic things that go upstream to food producers, which, I wasn't just a veterinary surgeon, I happen to have worked at Senex Land O'Lakes, one of the largest agricultural companies, and integrating 4 of their mergers in crop protection, of which I happen to be familiar with crop protection, which is extraordinarily rare for folks in medicine. It happens to be central to this field because of what products are being put on crops and on flocks, and that. That's a whole medical science on its own. I integrated all the billing codes from all 4 of those merged entities into what's today Land O'Lakes in crop protection, in the crop protection division, which there might not be a second person that has more experience at the item level, without having that been their whole career. And so I was, delighted to be a part of that organization and learn, about building the one telephone number that a farmer can call and get everything he needs. It was one of the most important parts of the Green Revolution in America, in the last 40 years, was, that you had a company like Land O'Lakes able to deliver to a farmer, before, disease strikes that animal or strikes those crops, and so that happens to be part of the specialty when you look at the major cases, like the old time Jack in the Box case in the 1990s. You go upstream to producers, and those happen to be areas that I have an incredible, I might call it a residency. Again, I did all the billing code level equating between those 4 companies. And I know that was such a rare level of experience. Because 4 companies have all different words for different things. It comes down to what are the active ingredients in it. And, that happens to be the medical science of the field. And so, but looking at, chicken happens to be an example of which, I've done lots of work in chicken preparation, and what's really interesting is that there are systems for prepping chicken and having multiple steps. There are some old shepherd adages of which don't butcher the chicken in the kitchen. That happens to be a big part of it, and that is where you get some extranatural findings. And there has not been an experimental study that said that somebody that is like positive with the microorganism has a craving for the organism in a chicken or in a beef product, and influences in your biomechanical behavior, ways that expose you to the microorganism. There's not a study that definitively shows that. That is an important area of study because of how extranatural the small number of food products have, created new morphologies of new parasites in ways that we don't see in other fields. And so the likelihood that there's some intervening in our somatic nervous system through our enteric nervous system, it's possible. And again, I'm putting that out as a hypothesis that needs to be proven. I'm not aware of a definitive study that proves that. But when you, as a person that eats, when you eat chicken, the preparation steps written out were different than if you left it to chance, if you just winged it. Something of which, I'm a very disciplined, as a competitive athlete, not what I expected. But when I write out the steps for prepping chicken, there are way more sanitary steps than I took by chance. And that's part of this field. And it isn't that we're unaware of what the right thing is. There are parasites in our body that might be trying to attract new strains of that parasite into your body through cravings, for lack of a better word. And again, it has to be studied, it has to be tested. That's a hypothesis. It's like falls under political position. But I'm sharing it because there's not a great null hypothesis for why foodborne illness is so stubborn. And you have such extranatural spikes. It's qualitatively different. You don't see it in osteoarthritis. You don't see thousands of people spontaneously come down with osteoarthritis. And so, we at the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission, we want to accredit, every hospital, every department of surgery, every surgery center, every retail pharmacy, diagnostic sites, down to every specialty hospital. And, we're creating a methodology for a residential solution, which is we call Manner 1, which is how do you design the home for the caregiver so that the caregiver is able to be parasite-free. I think if physicians looked carefully, they'd realize that, they have one or more foodborne parasite chronically. There's good evidence to suggest that's true. And if those are intervening, through your body, that's part of what parasites are perceived to do. It's limiting you as a person and limiting you as a surgeon, limiting you as a physician. And frankly, we know we can do better. So, it includes adding this new long robe. We have the Food and Drug Administration regulations, which, these are the guys that enforce Food, Drug, Cosmetic Act. And they have a really, wide-ranging authority, including medical device. What's really interesting is that, the FDA can be useful, but so rarely applies food regulation into surgery or into hospitals. And they're not an accreditor, they're a regulator, which is a key difference. The Hippocratic Knighthood Commission will roll up sleeves and go into departments of surgery, which is something that the FDA fundamentally doesn't do and isn't perceived to do. There's no reason to trust the Joint Commission after they caused the opioid epidemic Literally, there's tens of thousands of Americans that die every year because of the Joint Commission. They need to get out of it. They need to get out of the way for real medical scientists, that engage in real conservative science. Because again, screening Americans for pain is unforgivable. Like the Joint Commission are opioid peddlers that screened everybody in the community for pain in a way that defies every public health maxim and like literally has to lose the right to exist. It's a fraud of tens of thousands of Americans dying every year. If there's a foreign country that's doing that, we'd send the U.S. Marines, and we can send the U.S. Marines to shut down the Joint Commission because again, there was not a net add in value through all of the effort in promoting of that. There's literally people are living shorter. Our lives, people have been living shorter lives for the last 10 years, and the Joint Commission is one of the primary culprits. And so again, and we say it lovingly because there's high quality people there. It's simply not a high quality organization, and it failed so miserably, for decades on the opioid epidemic, and it just laid an egg, and then just came out and said, "Oh well, pain screening was wrong." How could you be wrong about that for that long? Because I remember JCO coming to my clinics and saying you have to screen people for pain. And again, I'm a peer-reviewed scientist in addiction. I worked with primates to try to get them off of cocaine, to try to get them off of methamphetamine, to try to get them off of heroin, where we did perfect drug research. We ran preclinical trials of treatment drugs. And my response to JCO is, are you kidding? Why would you screen people in the community for pain? Are you trying to create a bunch of junkies? And the questions, again, that question is 15 years old. And that's a primary motivator because the Joint Commission sat idle by and threw America's physicians under the bus as if physicians were the root cause of the opioid epidemic, and weren't. The Joint Commission was. If you look back, the Institute of Medicine laid an egg and the Joint Commission laid an egg. The Joint Commission said, screen everybody for pain, which is just, we have to make a change in our accrediting bodies. And I happen to fundamentally come from this body of thought that, you can't do finance and quality separate. A Joint Commission does not try to venture onto the side of having highly rated bonds of its hospitals, happy shareholders in a physician group or in a surgical enterprise. And I fundamentally think you can't do quality and finance separate. Because you'll run into situations where you have some new expenses and you have to figure out how are you going to subsidize them. And that happens to be the body work that I've done in my career. Like my organizations have done better financially routinely and have done better with quality routinely. I want to continue evangelizing that across the country. We've had clients in Nevada, California, all the way in Alaska, not just here in New Hampshire, back in Illinois and Minnesota. So how do microorganisms relate to food sanitation? So microbiology is the science, and again, we're fighting against this, Joint Commission criteria that clutter is the problem, or that soils are the problem, and they're not. Clutter and soil do not have microorganisms in them. Microorganisms are something that have to be proven through a microscope. Haven't seen the Joint Commission do microscope studies. Why not? And again, we're not looking for them to change because we're going to do it, and we're going to do it better. Because microscope studies are one of the tools that are going to be useful in seeing how pervasive the issue of foodborne illness is. And again, that's one of the tools that gets us from the short robe, restaurant association science of having clean bar glasses, of which the Joint Commission is arguably a shorter robe and more of a barber than the ServSafe guys at the Restaurant Association. Because again, if the ServSafe guys came out and said, you know what, you should screen everybody in the public to see, if they're in pain and need narcotics or in pain and need alcohol. Like if they fundamentally did that in a primary care setting, you would call it criminal, and that's what the Joint Commission did. They're, we're engaged in elaborate criminal fraud for decades, and there's still Americans dying every year because of it. And there simply aren't enough apologies for an organization that has gotten it that wrong. So, like, some of the diseases, we talked about Candida, we talked about Salmonella, E. coli, botulism, Legionella, Campylobactosis, Colostrum, Perfringens, Shigella. We can go over some of the issues. Bacillus cerealis onsets in 1 to 16 hours. It's across huge volumes of food, varieties. Pasta, fried rice, dried milk. And again, like the methods for preventing that bacteria go all the way back to the producer. And it's the source of it is a nematode worm. The source of it is a bacteria. Forgive me. Botulism is 12 to 24 hour onset. Originates from canned low acid foods, including canned meat, seafood, smoked and processed fish. And has been traced back to canning, smoking, and again, there's no consumer risk stratification on a smoked product for the botulism risk, of which, again, we don't eradicate botulism until we risk stratify and tell a consumer that they need added preparation for that product. Is that a ready-to-eat product? Is that a product that needs, how hot does it need to be and for how long? Some of the instruments for the consumer and for the caregiver, in our Manner One program, including having a temperature thermometer strategy. The problem with the temperature thermometer is that the minute you put a temperature thermometer in a single food product, it's already unsanitary, has to be presumed unsanitary. So how do you get there to eradicating disease if you want to put a temperature thermometer? And basically, we can do better with technology. The third one on the list is staphylococcal foodborne illness, which the onset there is 3 to 6 hours. Which, again, the onset for these is too long to often detect what the food product was. Like, sometimes it's able to be pieced together. But even 3 to 6 hours is so long that it could be, a whole meal or two later, which is found in custards, cream-filled pastries, potato salad, dairy products, ham, poultry. Colostrum perfringens is 8 to 12 hour onset, found in cooked meat, poultry, fish, at non-refrigerated temperatures for long periods of time. In a grocery cart, like like we have a grocery system that some of the products are set up for failure. Because like you don't have a refrigerator in your car, you don't have a freezer in your car, you don't have a way to keep a piece of fish cold enough, long enough to not be a threat. To your well-being, and that issue for the food handlers before grocery, the amount of additional packaging that is provided for that fish before you ever order it, and then that you're provided it in a paper bag, with no cooling mechanism of any kind, of which how close do you live to the grocery store? because the clock is running. And foodborne illness, is stubborn. Is some of them have been proven to be extra natural in their stubbornness. Which I think is a humane and precise term. Salmonella onset is 6 to 24 hours. Originates from insufficiently cooked or warmed over meat, poultry, eggs, dairy products. Especially susceptible when kept refrigerated for a long period of time. The poultry and eggs that sits in the refrigerator for a long period of time is high risk for salmonella. Eggs is a huge risk in that category. Buying eggs, by the dozen or by 18, those last couple eggs are such a high risk for salmonella, such a stunningly high risk. And again, like eggs are one of those things that we've not been precise to patients about are eggs good for you or bad for you, and being able to definitively give that answer is critical to the success of our people, because eggs are nutrient dense, and yet salmonella is such a serious condition and such a stubborn parasite that you'll find in America doesn't do autopsies anymore with the frequency that we used to, which is one of the most stunning missteps, was thinking that our field of medicine was so good that we don't need to do autopsies anymore. Which pathology is one of those things that studying deceased persons, studying doing microscope studies on their stomach contents is part of this entericology, something that I work with pathology and lab departments on. Families deserve to know what their loved one died of, and there's definitive microscope study, and from a malpractice perspective, finding more conditions in a deceased patient happens to be more defensible. Finding conditions that way predated a medical episode or surgical episode, and you have that opportunity to order a study, and that is a part of science that is part of what made medicine great, was elaborate study post-op. And not all families want that, but articulating the importance of that is that this is a disease eradication strategy. We know that the stomach contents are critical, and the stomach is the only part of the body that has stubborn parasites that are only detectable post-mortem. But we must not become a people that is not intellectually curious about why people die. And salmonella is a condition that should be tested in autopsies, tested for throughout intestines of deceased persons, because they'll be found to be so prevalent because of that 12th egg in the dozen, the 11th egg in the dozen in the refrigerator. The rates of salmonella are so high, and I don't care to give an estimate. There's good literature to suggest that the estimate would be presumed the 12th egg is always salmonella, and maybe the 11th, unless you're cooking them all right when you get home. Which is one of those issues of what do you do with eggs. And for me, as someone that likes ice cream, well, I mean, you pasteurize it, you cook it, you make it into ice cream. You make it into no sugar ice cream. Problem solved. For real though, part of the change in philosophy is that freezers far outperform refrigerators. the evidence otherwise is completely wrong. Freezing, um, things that are, love water or love oils. If you freeze it, you're directionally doing something in that freezer that's not happening in the refrigerator. The myth that a refrigerator's doing something when there's not a phase change there. It extends the life. But I mean, if your food's not totally pasteurized and has a good shelf life at room temperature, the question is, what's the refrigerator doing? Because again, refrigerators are one of those things that in the Manor One program that we're creating for you caregivers to upgrade your home, to make your life parasite-free. Refrigerators are huge disease vectors. You don't have a chance when you see how certain shelves in that refrigerator, it's not possible to not have your refrigerator filled with pathogens. And so freezing happens to be superior. Very rarely is that described, and yet it's basic chemistry. It's a phase change. Freezing is a phase change and is a fundamentally safer storage methodology. Refrigerators, way overused. Freezers, way underused. And the proportions, the idea that you would have like 2/3 of your freezer refrigerator be the refrigerator doesn't make sense. When the deep freezer is the direction. Not to say that solves all the problems, but like fundamentally in the Manor One program, we look at ways to directionally move your food towards phase changes. And it doesn't mean that there's less flavor in it, but it's separating the prep steps so that the parasite's not deciding what you're eating. That's a principle in Manor One as an editorial, not a medical science decision. It's a pretty salient hypothesis. And for those of you that are medical scientists, you can look at the literature and see what you think. Refrigerators are not clean parts of your home. There's something to take back your life of, you'll find relying less on the refrigerator and, looking at the ways of getting sauces that have sugar in them. Totally sanitized, because sauces are a vector, spices are a vector. Like for me, I found when I wrote out the instructions for preparing chicken, and when I winged it, that the number of steps for safely preparing chicken is so many more than what if you let yourself just tabula rasa go after it. And it isn't that you're not responsible. A hypothesis is that the parasite's helping guide your decision, which is ends up being using multiple preparation steps and separating the food preparation step from the eating step. And so, rather than preparing chicken to eat, when you get back from the grocery store, prep your food to eat, which, I have a method for prepping chicken that is directionally uses 3 and more methods for eliminating parasites in a way that's safe and repeatable. Which happens to be part of the Manor One program, part of more editorial than what I'm trying to do today. But salmonella is such an epidemic; it needs to be tested post-mortem, because we'd realize how prevalent it is. Presume every 12th egg has salmonella. There's no reason to believe that people eat eggs in the refrigerator fast enough for there to not be salmonella on every 12th egg. And I'm just saying that would be the null hypothesis. That'd have to be the conservative hypothesis. For those of us that want to eradicate salmonella. Shigella infection, onset is 1 to 7 days. and that's foods handled by unsanitary workers. Trichinosis, onset is 2 days to 28 days. And that's insufficiently cooked pork products. Ehrmonis hasn't been studied enough to have a definitive time of onset, but it's known to be in water, poultry, and red meats. Campylobacter, poultry and red meats. Listeriosis, 4 days to several weeks onset, and it's in milk, coleslaw, cheese, ice cream, poultry, and red meats. Yearsinosis has 1 to 3 day onsets in dairy products, raw meats, seafoods, fresh vegetables. E. coli 0157H7 is in ground beef, dairy products, raw beef, water, even apple cider. The high acid, low pH iterations of that are really problematic. And it's also in mayonnaise. And again, like none of these products are labeled that way. None of them are labeled with, again, it doesn't have to be a food brand destroying activity. It can be a stoplight. It can be green, yellow, red. It can be educating the consumer with exciting ways to prepare the food. But like those agents are so epidemic. One or more of them's in your refrigerator. One or more of them's in your body. And I'm talking to caregivers. They show up in surgical infections. They show up in hospital infections. They're on your patients. And basically you didn't do anything wrong. You're the best physicians that the world ever knew. But we had a profession of veterinary surgeons, of experts that were involved in food sanitation, and we didn't make it into a medical specialty. We made it into a class in medical school, as if making it everybody's job would get it done. And we've proven, since polio was eradicated, that we didn't do entericology by having everybody accountable. And so we need to have a new system where there's a new captain of that ship, which fundamentally can include an accreditor. And we feel strongly that the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission is the right one. We have folks with lab directorships. We have folks that are orthopedists. We have folks that have large departments of surgery. And that's how a movement has started. That's how the low dose, no dose narcotic movement, the day surgery movement, from moving inpatient cases, not shutting down the gut at all. Which again, that was one of my key efforts and initiatives was, general anesthesia. It's like, well, I mean, you're doing orthopedic surgery here. Why are you administering general anesthesia? Well, that's the way we've always done it. But you're shutting down the patient's gut. You don't need to shut down that patient's gut to repair, a bone, a joint. You're shutting down a patient's gut, which puts them at risk for all kinds of things that you don't need to put them at risk for. Like there's other agents, there's other analgesics, there's other anesthesia, there's other options. And I was one of those individuals because, I was a veterinary surgeon. There happened to be other options, of which ketamine was one of them, of which, the, use of, lower dose, lower risk, looking at general anesthesia, was something that was a risk and was, directionally a right risk. And we have even better methods today. So in 1989, Cox showed that there's 7 basic reasons for the emergence of microbes. We've seen microbes emerge basically faster than we're eradicating them, which is why it's so important. Um, and the first is changes in eating habits, change in perception and awareness of what constitutes hazards, risks, hygiene, demographic changes, changes in food production, changes in food processing, changes in food handling and preparation, changes in the behavior of microorganisms. And like that last one happens to be so important because the morphology of those microorganisms has shown to change, and that's the part that makes it extra natural. Is that we don't have a lot of great examples of evolution in action outside of microorganisms that are in our food, and it's what role is our voluntary nervous system in that? Because that happens to be one of the ways for the caregiver to get free of parasites is rejecting the idea that you're going to allow your free will to be vitiated by a parasite. Your instincts for self-preservation are so much stronger, and the level of steps when you see a 3-step process going into surgery when you're used to one. That you need to have a totally different set of shoes for getting there, getting in, and getting through. And using a quaternary ammonium, on your shoes. That's what the medical science says. Your shoes need to not just look so clean that you can eat on them. They need to be so clean that you can eat on them. The solution to killing off foodborne parasites is the foodborne parasite sanitation, which quaternary ammonium happens to be one of those tools. And we have a method that is a tray for your inside shoes, outside shoes with quaternary ammonium. And that method is absolutely essential to eliminating surgical infections. You literally won't get rid of surgical infections until you get rid of unsanitized shoes. They have to be literally, you might have had, in medical school, you might have had someone joke that, you have to be so clean you can eat off it. Your shoes literally have to be sanitized. It's the part of your body that the microbes are getting into the Department of Surgery. And they don't have drones, they don't have trucks. They're in your truck. They're not, stuck in some inert part of the Department of Surgery. That they're on your footwear, and they have to be. And the surgical shoe covers. There's no reason to believe that those are anything but absolutely filthy and also microbe attractors. But there's steps that can be taken, and they have to be the right things because it results in you being healthy as well. Because in that, the likelihood that you killing off all the parasites in your body will make you healthier and happier is high. The likelihood that will make you a better surgeon is very high. And that's part of what this profession is, and that's part of where it becomes like Manor One. Where we look at repeatable, reorderable, cleaning of instruments, cleaning of equipment in a way that's easy and fun. We have a dual sanitizer dishwasher program that's fail-safe, and a shoe sanitizing program at home. Of which if you love your family, having shoe sanitizing as you come into the house, after being at the hospital is essential. Um, and again, it's part of that's part of your family healthiness. But the stubbornness of these parasites is such that we have to strike back and strike hard. We have to soberly look at the fact that we've been losing since we eradicated polio. That was like the last major condition that we totally eradicated, and that's got to be humbling because it's been a long time since we totally eradicated something. It's worth eradicating foodborne parasites. You could say it's easy, basically. You could say that it has to be managed, though. It has to be managed, it has to be accredited. And so we want to bring the 7 topologies to your Department of Surgery to help you make more money, to help you have higher quality outcomes, to help you be healthier, happier, and to accredit quality and finance simultaneously. We'll do that at any hospital, every hospital in America, any physician office, every surgical suite, every surgical suite in America. There are rapid screening tests. Salmonella has a 2-step test. That screening should be done so routinely. Implementing this program is likely to require a longer roster. That happens to be useful. If you look at the benefits of a longer roster with the same amount of worked hours, you end up actually with a higher quality care team. You end up with a professional care team. If you look at a Major League Baseball team, they have they don't rely on one nurse, that they go to the same, do the same relief pitcher every game. And so having a longer roster is something that makes your surgical operation more resilient and ultimately more successful. And that's not to say that specialization isn't right, because it is. But longer rosters and having more people pulled into the fold creates more peer performance opportunities for like positive deviance. There's an assay for E. coli. That it should be tested far more aggressively. The contrast of, we know that foodborne illness is measurable in our caregiver population and in our patient population. It can be part of the order, and probably should be. Our data says tens of millions of Americans have a positive for foodborne microbes. We're hardly even testing for them. And, but we must. We have to address it as a disease. And partially you didn't have a medical specialist or a medical science, maybe to do follow-up. And, that's something with this, clumsy piece of, we've had these veterinary surgeons, and folks with crop protection background that, I happen to have a master's of healthcare administration. I'm in no way a doctor, but I'll work with internists on what's the medical literature look like, what's a care regimen look like. Because, again, physicians call it patient education. That field of patient education, when it comes to killing off microbes, is a huge part of the missing system. And again, the way we did it before didn't work. And so we want to partner with physicians, partner with primary care doctors. Where, again, we have a technology for auditing the patient's grocery cart. And, running an audit of the grocery cart through our system sets us up for success and leads us to the fact that You know, here's the really good, malpractice, news is that um, almost every malpractice case is going to be tied back to foodborne illness in the patient, or a caregiver. But like the presence of a foodborne illness, um, is going to show patient noncompliance. And that happens to be really critical, because we don't have a physician base in America that provides poor quality care. We have the best physicians the world's ever known. We have a patient compliance epidemic where patients don't comply with physicians' instructions. And this field is so important, this medical science is so important, because it isn't merely bad habits or bad people. It's this possibility that parasites guide voluntary behavior in their hosts. And that is something that, again, the medical science suggests that must be true. I'm conservative about it. There isn't a definitive study that says it, but it's extra natural, the sheer number of parasites that have accumulated, and we haven't killed anything off in decades, which is striking. Food contamination sources. How does it end up in a surgical case? It's a materials science, of which there's a word that is a fomite. A fomite is an inanimate object with relative disease transmission risk. And so what I've done is letter tranched the word fomite into fomate, which is an inanimate object impervious to transferring disease. Fomate, fomete, fomite, fomote, and fomute. Just doing letter tranching with the vowel. Where fomete is an inanimate object equivocal to the transfer of disease. Fomite is an inanimate object pervious to transferring disease. Fomote is an inanimate object implicated in transferring disease. And again, in footwear happens to figure real heavily in this issue. And where it's simply the things that kill off foodborne parasites on footwear are the same things that kill off foodborne parasites in the cafeteria, which is quaternary ammonium, which is it's a heavy duty cleaner, but it can be applied to footwear and to devastating results for the parasites. It is a really high quality killer. And when you start using it in your footwear, you will notice that your hunger pains decrease. That happened at, and I'm going into editorial, but for me, when I started cleaning my footwear with quaternary ammonium in trays, I lost 30 pounds, and I could tell that I had a decrease in parasites. And when I prepare, I now methodically prepare food as if it's a scientific experiment, step by step. By dividing chicken, put it in the freezer with a certain series of brines, that are intended to kill microorganisms. They're intended to as part of a continued study, and I simply don't have food cravings like I used to. Separating food preparation from eating is so important. Again, with that hypothesis that the parasites have a non-zero effect in your voluntary choices, means that separating food preparation from eating is a huge step in regaining free will. You'll find that it's not time to eat anymore. You'll find that you'll eat when when you get, when you want to, basically. And I know that the guidelines for the volume of nutrients that our species needs Again, you have to look at the obesity epidemic. We couldn't be right about how we're eating and what we're eating. If you look at the rates of obesity and diabetes, something's horribly wrong, and so we have to strike back. And again, like there is a long road of nutrition, and there are multiple medical sciences in entericology that will reveal what the changes have been, in the last 30, 40 years. But basically, it's reinstituting medical science into the area of entericology, in the Louis Pasteur tradition, and just getting real conservative. And that's part of what the fomite is, the inanimate objects with the scoring of the relative disease transmission. And the Reader's Digest version of footwear is that footwear are microorganism attractors. The footwear that you see on a typical healthcare worker is microbe attracting, as if the microbes designed them. Like Homo sapiens wouldn't, if you look back in time at the kinds of experimental footwear, to try to eliminate microorganisms, you wouldn't have turned to, static, clinging, attracting product that is almost certainly absorbing parasites as you go, down a carpet. And so like we would be way more conservative. In like the ancient world, in those 66 different shepherd traditions, not all of them were right, but there were different traditions. There were different materials. And so like we're letter tranching inanimate objects in an objective scientific way of what are the carriers that are pervious in transferring disease, those implicated in transferring disease. And then what are those that are impervious? Because, the quaternary ammonium is one of those inanimate objects that, when you start adding it, it absolutely kills off infectious agents, and reliably. And there is not a physician that I've known in my whole life that is treating their footwear as like a dirty plate. And there's very few physicians that treat a dirty plate in their home as an infectious agent. And so it's literally adding 3 steps. But you get enhanced accreditation. There's every reason to believe that eliminating foodborne parasites from caregivers eliminates foodborne illness in patients. And that's the only stepwise way that our species will go through the change. And, we're not even doing post-mortem on people to understand what volume of foodborne parasites are in them, which is really striking because we're a species with a remarkable, 30-year of metabolic conditions that are anomalous. Obesity is anomalous. Type 2 diabetes is anomalous. There's no reason that those should increase. You know what I mean? You'd have to qualify it as, is it extra natural? And part of it, why I use that terminology is that, again, if a parasite is able to influence, voluntary behavior, they can help spread their disease through your behavior. Again, which I'm such a conservative scientist, and yet, that's a real hypothesis that we have to think about. And so, that, letter tranching fomite surfaces in your department of surgery, which can include, microscope study. And you'll find that you have disease-transmitting surfaces that are scoreable, that would shock and embarrass you. And the accreditors aren't even looking. And we don't mean to cause hardship to doctors. We want to get it right. Again, we want to apply the medical science, of which, and apply the long rope of, food sanitation to the right places in the Department of Surgery to kill off food parasites. And so we talked about the example of quaternary ammonium. It's a proven high success, and not an expensive feature. And arguably, pouring 50 cc's of quaternary ammonium, into, one of our trays for your shoes, should be reimbursable. It'd be a one-time use. And having done a lot of it, you'll find that this issue of how we judge things is so important, because you're killing off the parasites. You might find that the tray ends up with, some blades of grass, some like soil, if you will, depending on, where you walked. And that doesn't mean that it's not sanitized. And, the intent is for it to be basically one-time use, and billable, and it should be reimbursable, because it's a one-time use product. And that happens to be important because in anesthesia, having an anesthesia setup and recovery of cost is central. And this is a part of the new mandates that surgery's had. Is well, what about those infections? Well, the infections seem to be a lot of foodborne stuff. Well, how is foodborne stuff getting onto a patient? You look at how is it. Turns out you have to have quaternary ammonium cleaning your shoes. And, the shoe covers, require rigorous study. We know that quaternary ammonium kills parasites. We don't know what shoe covers do over the course of the number of footsteps that a surgeon goes in them. That material doesn't do something extra natural. That material has not killed off parasites. Isn't designed to kill off parasites. Questionable. It's a questionable measure. And so, the fomite tranche we think is going to be useful. Going from the chain of infection, where the transmission of the causative agent from the environment, again, which goes all the way back to food processing. Like part of why this is stubborn is, it goes all the way back to where your food comes from and where your patient's food comes from. And so it's a huge undertaking. It's a quantitative undertaking. And, it's not unlike a lab. It's not unlike an ancillary. But it's one that's necessary. We need to have an entericology setup in surgery. And like per minute, enteric, monitoring in surgery. Because that's the way that we're going to eradicate disease. And so, we know that it makes sense, trying to recover costs for the mandates for, eliminating pain in a surgical patient. It makes sense eliminating infection in patients. And, it's, when you get to things that are one-time use, we have to have a sober look at making sure that, physicians have a way to get reimbursed for it. It happens to be some of the higher return activities. Don't let any foodborne parasites into that operating room. The contamination of equipment is a deeper issue than like we can address today. But it's having an arsenal of equipment for cleaning and sanitizing surfaces on a cycle. Because having a cycle of two or more agents over long periods of time is what's ultimately going to be successful. Um, but yeah, I mean the publications on you know for example, poultry-associated foodborne disease. Um, it's well understood. If anything, the problem's gotten worse, and part of that comes from, um, the USDA is one tradition of shepherding out of the 66 that were. And if you look, old time, the old shepherd traditions, of which there's multiple of them, of how to veterinary care for an animal that's going to be consumed, is a qualitatively well, there are 65 other ways of doing it. Where we as a people knew that it was important to have separation between people and animals, separation from parasites in animals and us, and if you look at poultry production, the prevalence of parasites in poultry shows that the parasites have been winning. Again, because we threw 65 out of 66 traditions out the window and just said, well, the USDA will do it. And, the USDA didn't. They're awesome. There's a veterinary surgeon that is the Dr. Salmon, which is where the word for salmonella comes from, which is great. He is not Jonas Salk or Louis Pasteur. He didn't invent a process for eliminating the disease. The disease is named after him. We're not interested in having a bunch of diseases that are named after USDA scientists. We're interested in having them eradicated. And so salmonella was named after a USDA technician over a period of time where we didn't kill off salmonella, and it's beatable. In all of these, and it can be good for the food industry. They can cooperate, with a tiered strategy for eradicating parasites. Ultimately, in healthcare, we talk about, personal hygiene. We don't talk about the extranatural effect of microorganisms to replicate, or the pace with which microorganisms have become more pervasive, that they're increasing in number faster than we're killing them off. And so, the issue isn't personal hygiene. It's like manner one at your home and having 3 levels of sanitizing and cleaning your surroundings in ways that are foolproof and easy. So that in 3 steps that are repeated, in the surgery center, at the clinic, and the hospital. And, going to that level of 0 parasites. And, that is better not described as a hygiene issue and better described as a medical specialty to take on parasites. But, fingernails, hair, jewelry, the nose, washroom issues, shower issues, of which, they're, the philosophy of competitive swimmers is that they're going to swim for 2 hours 5 days a week. And if you look at the rates of chlamydia in competitive swimmers, are extraordinarily low, because they're wearing fabrics that are extraordinarily robust in absorbing chlorine, into the fiber, so that even after they dry, the chlorine has a non-zero effect on cleaning. And like you'll notice that swimming happens to be an area, a bright area, where a lifestyle habit that can reduce over time, like it can increase what you call hygiene. But if you look at the number of surfaces in your washroom at home that are multi-touch, risk touch, you just look at, how many cleaning products should be right there and should be used every time. Because that philosophy is what gets you there. And again, showering with hot water is nice. Water that has zero chlorine in it is providing a nutrient that parasites need. A steamy shower environment is a horrible strategy for hygiene. Bar soap is filthy after one use. The washcloths are filthy after one use. Now, the technology and instruments to get there happen to be include things like quaternary ammonium, which is hugely effective in a washcloth. But there happen to be other cleaning agents that aren't described in medical school, aren't described in methods of cleaning. Things like a degreaser, of which degreasing products are qualitatively different. For lipid-phobic microbes, which is a whole category of them, you need a degreaser product in your home. And, that degreaser product works slowly over long periods of time. And any surface where your fingers touch, you need a, degreaser product, which is extraordinarily humbling. But like going beyond hygiene and instead thinking of a manner one strategy of, having a plan of what your castle at home looks like in a way that provides you full peace of mind and full free will. And we have those design solutions. They happen to not be that expensive. They're hugely marketable for a home. The features in a home that eliminates foodborne illness happen to have a lot of nice cosmetic functions, and you can make legitimate public health claims because homes make zero public health claims. Realtors are some of the most important individuals in the public health network. That there's no requirement for realtors to know anything about medical science at all, to know anything about public health at all, to know anything about sanitation at all. And that homes happen to be such an important area where the average residence is performing below a bar and restaurant on sanitation issues, and by design. Like kitchens are hemmed in and don't have room for the types of cleaning technology that exists in every restaurant in America. And it's one of those backwards things where there's a short row medical science, like a barber science, and the physician is practicing below the short row. And that a physician's kitchen, no matter how meticulous they are, you don't have all of the technology in your kitchen that's used for sanitizing. And there may be exceptions, and I don't mean any disrespect, but like I'm coming at from a medical scientist of looking at the medical science of microorganisms and disease transmission, and having studied real estate where there is no architectural requirement for sanitary practice. Not in residences, not in JCO. Again, not in hospital accreditation, not in surgery center accreditation, because the underuse of medical science on what kills microorganisms is one of the most stunning parts of how we have functioned since we eradicated polio. Since in Louis Pasteur was before. I mean, we have this long tradition of disease eradication, and if you look at diabetes, BMI, obesity, and foodborne illnesses, they've only increased in one direction. And we hardly have a case example since polio of total disease eradication, and mainly we can do better. But we have to not defer to realtors on what a home is, and not defer to bar association attorneys on what public health is, and not defer to the Joint Commission, the guys that cause the opioid epidemic, on what constitutes quality. Because again, clutter has nothing to do with disease eradication. And the heyday of JCO arose after we eradicated our last major category of disease. There's every reason to think that JCO doesn't know how to eradicate a disease. That's something that physicians did. That's something that medical scientists did. That's what the forefathers of entericology did. That's what Louis Pasteur did. That's what Jonas Salk did. That's what Edward Jenner did. And they didn't do it by, lab coat standards. The standards are different in a USDA Zone 5 or from a USDA Zone 9. Differ in humidity conditions. And again, I love architects. I have a lot of friends that are architects. Architects are art students. They don't have any training in public health. They don't have any training in microorganisms. They don't have any training in sanitation. They fundamentally are undertrained to design a hospital, fundamentally undertrained to design a surgery center, fundamentally undertrained to design a kitchen. We don't have kitchens that have basic medical science from 1980. I mean, the homes that have been built for the last 43 years are deficient on the state of medical science 43 years ago, on poultry production. How do you prepare a chicken? That's one of the best pieces of homework to give to you, for those of you that are interested in joining our program. Videotape yourself preparing chicken. That's it's not for a getcha. It's your home is not equipped to prepare a chicken, and think of how many times you've purchased chicken. Your home isn't equipped to produce a clean chicken. You'll find that there's one or more technology, one or more fomite, an inanimate object that you need, a cleaning, a sanitizing material that you need to get there. Again, we're talking about 1980 technology. We've been so hard on physicians, on physician practice. Life expectancy isn't declining because of cardiologists, gastroenterologists, or orthopedic surgeons. Life expectancy is decreasing because a total collapse in entericology as a medical specialty, as a physician specialty. The tradition of Louis Pasteur and Jonas Salk. And we can get it back. There's those that say, you can't repeat the past. What do you mean you can? Of course you can. Having clear methods for preventing disease transmission it has been pervasive through our whole culture. But starting in the physician's home, the caregiver's home, then getting on to the grocery store, and then to your patients. And in that stepwise fashion, we can eradicate disease. We could ask for the USDA to do it. It's far better. We can start accrediting. We know we can do it better. As a personal story, so Iowa Wesleyan University, happened to have just closed its doors this year. My ancestors included Dr. Martha Berry Spalding, who's one of the first female physicians in America. Her husband was W.J. Spalding, who's the minister to Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was their neighbor. And so we have a proposal in front of the USDA. USDA, I love you. To retake Iowa Wesleyan University and build in the 66 different shepherd traditions for animal veterinary care, and compare them scientifically. Again, because if we don't create quality and finance tranching of our food supply, we'll be left to one option, which is not the option that the consumer's going to want, not the option that physicians want. But I mean, if you look at the 19th century, there were 66 different ways to prepare a chicken. They had lower incidence of foodborne illness with those traditions, and so we feel strongly that we can work with industry and implement, a new college, a college that's built on shepherding, herding, in meat products, dairy products, probiotics, things to help build out that arsenal to eradicate, microbes in our food. It's entirely doable. We've done it before. I know that the only reason it hasn't been done is that we didn't have a long road science of entericology. And, we haven't sought reimbursement for entericology steps. And we will. I think surgeons are smart. A one-time use supply that eliminates infection is chargeable, billable. And, we're willing to work with any physician, with any payer. I happen to have helped physicians run their business offices all across America. And, insurance companies might vary on it, and your contracts might vary on it, but it's so worthwhile getting reimbursement for sanitizing your caregiver's surfaces and eliminating foodborne parasite risk. Because again, the process of embarrassing the physician over the occasional infection, when it's very possible that every American has a foodborne illness, right? And that we don't even go through the trouble of doing an autopsy on those that die, including of complications to foodborne illness. Which, if you look at obesity, you look at BMI, you look at the incredible rise in BMI, there will be some foodborne illness involved in that dramatic change in BMI. It's extra natural. The change in BMI is extra natural. It's going to be, we need better explanations, and we need a better medical science, and we need new hypotheses, and we can get there. But we can get reimbursed for the work. Because right now, physicians aren't even reimbursed for exploring an infection case, which is outrageous. And you should be able to be compensated for trying it a different way, which is, I know that our trays are FDA approved. They're, sanitizers are FDA approved. And I mean, can be used for, as indicated, one-time use. And that, they happen to not be a huge expense, but the quality impact is so much higher. The statistical control of foodborne illness is something that, again, because there's so many undiagnosed cases and we're not routinely doing labs, if you're ordering a surgery, I mean, do you care if a patient is, has a salmonella or E. coli? You're not necessarily going to not do surgery, but like, would you put a precaution sticker up? And that's some of the awareness. And only that we're not measuring it, but you'll find that if you start ordering labs on patients, that you're going to find foodborne parasites are an epidemic. Our public health projections are that they are. So in these, looking at principles of food sanitation, I talk about, this word of kalo. So instead of talking about, other words for healthy, having a differentiated word kalo, which is an ancient Jagvedic word, which means totally healthy, uninjured. And I like the word kalo because, again, part of language of defeating parasites is creating clear words that have one and only one meaning, so that they're unambiguous. Kalo is absolutely healthy, absolutely uninjured. And so, how do you have a patient that's kalo in light of what food they're eating, what food they're buying at the grocery store, what food they're eating out, and that happens to be a whole body medical science, of database work, of which that's something that I do large data analyses, and do large SQL tables, and I know that getting physicians engaged in this new specialty to have a monitoring of your patient's grocery cart is as part of entericology, as part of medical science, is one of the most important things. Because it's what's going to make us kalo. It's what's going to make us healthy and uninjured. The USDA was sued, in the D.C. court, like I said, in 1974, and the court ruled that salmonella doesn't count as an adulterant, and so the USDA doesn't care. They basically said that every home in America needs to have a microscope and look for salmonella since 1974. Which that error, that ruling, is again so wrong and so un-American, and also we can make it right in the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission, because we can accredit hospitals, surgery centers, pharmacy, grocery, and by accrediting that part of American industry, and again, quality and finance. We're looking to accredit quality and finance because, again, we don't think there's bad people that come to work to try to do harm. Now, there is some mindset change with retail pharmacy, where retail pharmacy has not been oathed. For those of us that have spent our lives in oathed specialties, retail pharmacies are unoathed, like their corporate enterprise are unoathed, and that's why we're introducing Blue RX, which is a medical science brand pharmacy that is specialty specific. We want to offer NSAIDs in orthopedic clinics, and we want to make sure aggressive NSAID compliance is in place, because we know that the answer to the opioid epidemic includes patient compliance with NSAIDs, which is an acronym that patients hardly understand. But if you put Advil in their hand and describe how many they need to take, and like the next time you come in, you can bring the bottle, so we can do a bottle audit on how many you've taken, and other methods that are just common sense ways for physicians to manage pain, with non-steroidal anti-inflammatories. And so, we're talking about launching, Blue RX, at the specialty physician level, so that physicians have formulary that matches them, and in a separate entity, wholesale separate entity, but offering patients a convenience of having that formulary be able to be filled with separate entity on premises and with proper oversight. But we know that proper accreditation of the quality and finance of Blurex and other players in retail pharmacy can help eliminate the opioid epidemic. And we know that the Joint Commission are criminals. I happen to have been a consultant at Cardinal Health back in 2008 when they had a problem of opioids flying out of their wholesale locations, because I happen to be a diversion prevention expert for controlled substance and peer-reviewed in it. The Joint Commission are criminals. You have to look back at what the Joint Commission said for years and years and years. There's no statute of limitations on criminal narcotics pushing. And pain scale in a community population is a criminal effort to push opioids onto an unwitting population. And if they were, and I'm not saying it because they're bad people, I'm saying it because they engaged in criminal conduct for decades, and only came around in the last few years and said, well, maybe we're wrong about pain scales. You're wrong about pain scales. There's 80,000 Americans that died last year because of the Joint Commission are crooks. And we're not going to allow the Joint Commission to continue in operation. We're going to, go with the new Hippocratic Knighthood Commission, and we're going to credit, America's hospitals, clinics, surgery centers, retail pharmacy for quality and finance all over America, by USDA zone, of which the agricultural zones vary on what local food, local produce, local grocery standards are. We can have local standards. And again, JCAHO's total absolute failure to eliminate a single disease and their cause of the opioid epidemic is my entire motivation as an American. Where I know that my ancestors came to America and built West Point to fight off the Dutch, who were in, Albany and New Amsterdam, and farmed the rest of us, like we were fish, and took all the wealth out of the country. And we said, you can't do that to us. You can't, it's not good enough for Americans. And if you look at firsthand accounts of how impoverished Americans were before 1773, it's outrageous. Like the Jamestown colony totally died off. They ate all their horses, which is an incredible tragedy. But I mean, the Joint Commission has not solved quality problems. They've caused quality problems. The Joint Commission era is marked by enormous rises in body mass index, enormous rises in diabetes, enormous rises in opioids, and deaths due to all three. And like JCAHO had almost did not have a second competitor in the field. Again, you're handed the best physicians the world's ever known, and laid an egg. You didn't get rid of a single disease. So we love you, but get out of the way and let medical scientists take it from here. Because physicians that are trained as medical scientists, they need to have fewer mandates from Joint Commission and have fewer mandates from bar association attorneys, barber attorneys and barber accreditors. We don't need them. Literally, the bar association attorneys are not qualified to cut people's hair. Cutting hair requires licensure and sanitary technique, and the healthcare regulation and accreditation, over the last 40 years, has backfired everywhere. Literally, it's been an incredible embarrassment. American life expectancy for the last 10 years has decreased. And it's because we're letting people that aren't even allowed to cut hair and have no medical science training of any kind write policy. And we got to take it back to medical science. Go back old time. Louis Pasteur, Jonas Salk. We've done it before. There's a medical science that causes foodborne illness. There's a medical science of what causes obesity. There's a medical science of what causes diabetes. There's a medical science, of what causes surgical infection. And the solutions will ultimately be medical science solutions. And the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission intends to be in every clinic, in every surgery center, every hospital, every retail pharmacy in America, and help remedy this situation. The classification of fomites, surfaces, right, in a healthcare setting, include inorganic, and organic. There's a interplay between the two because the medical science of sanitizing includes that there are hard water, metallic, and alkaline influences on locally what the best sanitizing agents are. That happens to be like the most important thing. Is understanding what inorganic materials are present and what to do about them. The literature on that is excellent. It requires study. America water supply varies so heavily. In parts of New England, like literally, there's well water as the origin, as opposed to like fresh reservoirs. The New England happened to not get a lot of the Tennessee Valley Authority money, and is still in well water and heating oil, which is a remarkable, policy. But this process of understanding the calcium and magnesium carbonates, presence of common rust and other oxides, because these have a real impact on cleaning and sanitizing and on the performance of detergents. And again, detergents, you really have to make a distinction between detergents and antimicrobial agents. And again, like the quaternary ammonium, as an example, is a sanitizer that's so high quality that you could eat off your shoe if you clean your shoe with it. And I'm not encouraging you to be eating off your feet, but there's electrostatic connections between footwear and your body, of which sanitizing your shoes makes so much sense for your health and well-being. And we know we can get reimbursed for it. We know we can deliver a supply for it. We know the FDA has approved, like in Spirit, and we want physicians and surgeons to work with us on a method that eliminates surgical infection with the medical science that works. If you look at organic fomite, there's food deposits, petroleum deposits, non-petroleum deposits. It happens to be incredibly important, on materials, throughout surgery and throughout your day, including at home, of which degreasing agents are so rare in a residential setting and happen to be so valuable because eliminating oil from a pan that is diseased, that has disease on it, is stubborn and very difficult to remove without a degreaser. And it's it's on a shelf that not everybody, I know from my own grocery store that it is such a low volume shelf that I can spot how many people have bought it since I was there last, because it's such a slow moving inventory item and really shouldn't be. It happens to not be expensive, which is a lot of the really good news. The Manner One program that we want to help implement in your homes, and the accreditation program we want to help implement at work to make physicians healthy, to make hospital administrators healthy, happens to not be hugely expensive in supplies. And again, we look at quality and finance. And so a lot of the solutions are affordable, which is that's the good news. if you look at the issue of FDA approval for architecture, the FDA does not review architectural decisions for hospitals, surgery centers, because it's not equipment, so it doesn't meet their standards. Wood, black metals, tin, concrete, glass, paint, rubber, anywhere in a hospital, including in the cafeteria, all have characteristics and precautions. And the likelihood, because again, there's not a food labeling movement to specify parasite risk, which could just be a stoplight thing. You know what I mean? Low, medium, high, and none. You know what I mean? And like that small change in philosophy would be huge for us as a people. But each of those materials that you might find in your hospital has characteristics and precautions for sanitation. And there is no hospital in America that has a single FDA approved floor plan. Again, the FDA standard for surgical implants doesn't apply to the locker room, the hallway, the med staff. Those surfaces are inherently undercleaned, are way under-resourced for caring for our caregivers, and are even over-regulated on what kind of a service you can provide for physicians, which is outrageous. And they're doing surgery. They're putting new hips and knees on people. The surgical technique that American physicians have advanced in the last 50 years goes entirely the other direction. If you told people 100 years ago that we'd be able to put new hips and knees on people, without general anesthesia, they'd be astounded. How? Yeah, and literally, people wouldn't believe the revolution in day surgery that we've done. And so we're on to this next step of the Entericology of eradicating foodborne parasites. Will be successful. There's medical science reasons that will be successful. There's medical science reasons that we're currently not being successful. The World Health Organization has estimates on foodborne illness. Foodborne diseases are an important cause of morbidity and mortality. The WHO has a global burden of foodborne disease report prepared by their reference group. That report, again, when the onset of illness is in hours and days, you can't wait for the World Health Organization to do something about it. 31, they identified 31 foodborne hazards causing 32 diseases, 11 diarrheal, 1 virus, 7 bacterial, 3 protozoa, 7 invasive infectious disease agents, 7 invasive infectious agents, 1 virus, 5 bacteria, 1 protozoan, 10 helminths, and 3 chemicals. Those 31 global health agents caused 600 million foodborne illnesses throughout the world. Measured, detectable by the WHO. In a world with a global food supply, where we have 600 million confirmed foodborne illnesses, and there's 330 million Americans or whatever. We like to think that we'd be lower frequency than that number. Um, Americans' tendency to eat out and convenience food and the change in BMI, there's no reason to think that we're not some of the worst off of developed nations. %40 of foodborne disease was among children under 5 years old. 6% of American children are born with chlamydia. I mean, they're coming into the world with a foodborne illness. So, I mean, this is filing an important report. In 2006, the WHO launched the initiative to estimate the global burden of foodborne disease, which included 50 international experts. And they created an enteric disease task force, a parasitic disease task force, a chemicals and toxins task force. And going back to 2006, the United States responded with nothing. The WHO rallied the best experts to try to estimate this out of control category of disease clusters with an enteric disease task force, and that's why entericology is medical science. It's a long road. It happens to also be a medical specialty where we need tools, instruments, supplies, accreditation to undertake the work of knocking out these diseases faster than they're coming up. The WHO has spent literally from 2006 with continuing monitoring. And I mean, right in these three categories: parasitic diseases, chemicals and toxins, enteric diseases. I think it's safe to call it entericology to include all three. But I mean, if we don't resource it, and we don't accredit it, and we don't tie hospital bonds to it, it doesn't get done. And we know that hospitals aren't the issue. One of the really exciting things is that it goes upstream, but we know the industry will do better without patients getting sicker and more complex. And so, commissioning this new field of entericology, I think, is central to what gets us there. And including nutrition. Because again, the evidence on what food we should be eating requires review and study. There were 66 separate shepherd traditions of what we should eat, and the medical science on it is what really matters. There's no reason to think that the food pyramid or the other education tools that have come out rigorously meet the expectations of Americans, given that we've had these huge upswings in metabolic disease. So getting to more timely measurement, and again that comes to our technology, which includes we have an instrument that is a barcoding technology that we can use to scan a patient's grocery cart real time, which can become the payment methodology at the grocery store. There's been a directional movement towards self-checking, but see, keeping that instead of having that, using space-age technology to create an inventory of what you're buying and then have it go clunk, clunk, clunk by printing a receipt. When what we really want is to have that data used and usable, reviewable, because that data is the chart for a entericology patient. It isn't the only thing, but allergy is in there, medications are in there, and it's something that's reviewable. It happens to be, again, more like pathology than other specialties, where it's more of a medical science. But we have the instruments and technology, and again, we need to help establish programs for eradicating disease in every town, every village, every hospital, every clinic in America, and make sure we're getting reimbursement methodology for it. Because again, like I can say it, for me, having been one of the top diversion prevention experts in America, there isn't a payment methodology for diversion prevention. So like the time that I spent mopping up Jayco's error in causing the opioid epidemic, I didn't get paid for diversion prevention. It was like, well, we'll do the right thing for the right reasons, and that happens to not be. If it's worth doing, to be honest, it's worth doing for money. And the way to impact real change is to have a real business model for entericology that's sustainable, so that we don't, look back and say, gee, we haven't eradicated any diseases. We had all these new enteric-related diseases pop up, and we're not eradicating any of them. What's going on? Well, basically, it has to be an economic activity that's recognized by the healthcare industry, and it will. We've added instruments and technology before. This is stuff that is non-zero and decreasing our life expectancy and decreasing our quality of life. The WTHO basically referenced the same list that I did. Where they add hepatitis A, which is smart. Norovirus. But there's a need for this entericology as a profession. There's a need for having a new electronic medical record, basically, one that has a layout for all of the other physicians that includes the ability to look at an entericology risk assessment. Because until you start getting serious about what you're putting in your body, we don't have you don't have a real chart if you don't know anything about what the patient's eating, which is a problem that we're willing to help solve. It's worth it. It happens to be investable. We think the electronic medical record vendors totally missed it. We think they totally laid an egg. We think that a physician and us can come up with a flow sheet for all of their most common patients that works for the physician, and we know that we can have that flow sheet in a digital file that's useful with fields that are reportable. With algorithms that are reportable. You have to plug into like UpToDate and include features like the patient's food history and a professional assessment of it that is going to point to what gets us extending life expectancy in America. We're certain that the electronic medical vendors laid an egg. They wasted so much of our money and so much of our time, and they're so easily replaceable. Again, fundamentally, electronic medical record vendors were not medical scientists. They weren't working on helping build your brand as a physician or as a hospital. They weren't at the elbow with you. They created a closed system that often doesn't interface. And like the data suggests, that healthcare is less productive than it was before electronic medical records, which the whole idea was supposed to make us more productive and didn't. So it just laid an egg. And you can't say enough negative things about electronic medical record vendors, because again, we have the ability to implement business office, outsourced registration, physician compensation, and have a graduate knights that are worthy of running the healthcare system on the administrative side, and our Cerny College of Knights, which Entericology is just one medical science, but it's one that the data suggests that we need people in, and that we need resources in, and technology in. Something I happen to have spent some time on, and as I looked back, I was like, well, I was a veterinary surgeon. That's kind of where this field, where the professions in this field came from. I was a good veterinary surgeon. I only made $11 an hour at the medical school that I was working at the time, but I never lost a patient. I was a peer-reviewed scientist, where our patients were using crack cocaine, PCP, methamphetamine. We were administering anesthesia and caring for them like that. And I did integrate 4 crop protection companies into one, where farmers everywhere in America can make a phone call and get BeanGuard and get it timely, which happens to be the system right upstream. And it's not something I thought of while I didn't have a career ambition to try to be an entericologist. And when I started getting involved in certain amounts of consulting work in the field, and then looking at watching JCO fail and continue to fail, and watching electronic medical records fail and continue to fail, and I'm inspired to just work with physicians and hospitals to make a system that works for you and works for your patients. Get life expectancy extending again. It isn't complicated things, but it's a whole ecosystem of things. And the WHO reporting, on exposure routes for lead includes, at their different surveillance sites, America actually has the highest lead exposure of all of the regions. Lead and water, so food and water exposures to lead in America were the highest of all the regions. And it ties back to multiple policies, of which, for whatever reason, FDR didn't think that, like New England, needed to have a Tennessee Valley Authority, didn't build public water supplies in New England, didn't build hydro dams all through New England, And if you look, hugely underinvested. And there it is in food and water. America is in last place in lead exposure in food and water. There's other places in the world that have more soil exposures to lead, or paint exposure to lead, or toy exposure to lead, which is truly sad. But America is losing by having the highest food and water exposure to lead, which is routine stuff. Like, are we going to have a city or not have a city? Like getting lead out of water and getting lead out of food. Like, welcome to the 1970s. Like, what have we been doing? I mean, basically, we've been letting non-medical scientists make municipal bond decisions, making, you know, health policy decisions, and medical scientists. We need to up our game. Again, that's why I was inspired to help training knights in epidemiology, in some of the overhead mitigating fields in administration, in the marketing and patient attribution fields, and in architecture, where it's so heavily needed, because these are architectural failures. Because you look back at this data of lead water and lead in food, 40 years of architects need to all be fired. 40 years of municipal bonds, of people that approved construction of buildings with municipal bonds, all need to be fired. We're in last place on lead exposure in our food and water supply, which is so routine. Like we knew in the 70s. Like, we've built a civilization that's toxic. And again, foodborne illness rates. I'm so fascinated with the WHO provides on rankings. They have high quality disease level surveillance data. More detail than I really want to go into for today. These are eradicatable diseases. The bacteria, viruses, and protozoa are eradicatable. And again, it's merely it's a matter of will, of specialization, surgical setups, new instruments, new electronic medical records, new equipment, and physicians can help own the electronic medical records, by specialty. We should have done it that way to begin with. Having medical science. If you had medical scientists like me and lab director style folks design your electronic medical record, you would get a system that works for you, where you get a discrete reportable field, where you could run a report on all your patients, where the machine result can feed right into the electronic medical record. Why wasn't it built that way in the first place? Again, it was built by folks with no medical science training of any kind. And then the federal government mandated on us, which is just a debacle. We're less productive than we were, 20 years ago. And it literally the only industry in America that's gotten less productive. Construction was second, which, again, for architects, we need to have architects that understand medical science. This foodborne illness is an area of medical science and public health, of which, like other countries, have built safer systems than us. Like, you guys were handed the biggest head start. I love you. I have a lot of architect friends, but like, we need to have a finishing school for architects to learn public health, to learn epidemiology, to put design dollars into medical scientists, because these problems go away with good design, good management, good people. But basically, I want to convince you that the WHO has prioritized this area based on epidemiological data of the number of conditions, of which they point to 31. And I mean, those 31 diseases can be knocked out in a simultaneous punch in every town, in any town, in every town, every village in America, every hospital in America. If we all strike together, and again, that, like any one of these, every one of these is just waiting to be eradicated. It happens to be the most exciting area of medicine to add. Exciting area of medical science to add. This is where the next, Louis Pasteur will be. The next, Edward Jenner, the next Jonas Salk is in this category. There's 31 Louis Pasteurs waiting to be. We're asking for you to join us. We think doing accreditation makes sense with our Hippocratic Knighthood Commission. We're looking for physicians and administrators to join us and to dump JCO. You don't need them. JCO is the PR problem in healthcare. They left you guys holding the bag. The opioid epidemic. Every time it comes up, nobody goes to JCO and say, puts the cuffs on them. Because if there is a mob family in the state of New York that was behind the opioid epidemic, that was behind mandating pain scales, they'd be in prison. JCO, they're not even on the lam. The Joint Commission went through a branding refresh to try to pretend like they weren't implicated in the opioid epidemic, and went back to implementing mandates without medical science behind it and with no financial return to its members. And I'm saying it to be nice, because the Joint Commission needs to get out of it before they end up all in prison. When Americans realize how many of these problems trace back to JCO mandates, they'll want them in prison. Like Enron, people wanted in prison, because Enron was doing mark-to-market finance and accounting. So they're pre-booking profits, and the Joint Commission is pre-booking, what standards are. And again, went way outside of medical science by mandating the pain scales in a community setting. Again, which I was trained to like JCO. I went to the best Masters of Healthcare Administration program in the world, where we were shown to show respect for the Joint Commission, where it's traced back to Ernest Codman. Codman was a freaking genius. He was a Harvard physician. The Joint Commission is a criminal enterprise that is literally, there's people growing poppies, there's the Joint Commission, and there's the drug dealers in the middle. And if you prosecuted the Joint Commission the way that you prosecuted, drug dealers, you'd get closer to ending the opioid epidemic. Because again, how long is it going to take to get the pain screenings out of the community setting everywhere in America? You have to get JCO out. And they have high quality people. They're welcome to join us at the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission. It's not all bad people. It's just they failed as a brand. Like Enron. The Joint Commission is the Enron that caused the opioid epidemic. There hasn't been a congressional committee, but you can picture Chuck Grassley, and Amy Klobuchar, like sitting across a microphone from the JCO people and having hearings on the opioid epidemic, because it traces back to the Joint Commission. They forced physicians to screen for pain in healthy people and mandated it, despite the Joint Commission not being the physician's physician, not having any medical science to suggest that they were right, but mandated it. There are other countries that didn't do it. And, whatever the numbers, over 80% of the opioids in the world are being used by Americans because of the criminal enterprise called the Joint Commission. And, I don't dislike them. They failed, though. America's supposed to be performance-oriented. After an organization fails, you shut them down. You have a congressional hearing, you send a handful of folks to prison, and then start over something better. Me, I'm a medical scientist. I'm a, crop protection expert. I was a, veterinary surgeon that, didn't have any health benefits, but was working, the primates I worked with had better health care than I did. That was the system that was left to me in my generation. And I know that we can do better. I know that hospitals have exceptional people, and that physicians are exceptional people. And they come to work and are oathed individuals that will respond to medical science. And that's what we've seen everywhere in America. And, we're not going to have the accrediting body ruin American exceptionalism in healthcare anymore. We're tired of hearing about the opioid epidemic getting worse. The Joint Commission is fired. We're going to start over. Or, we'll start the accrediting agency for the do no harm side of the Hippocratic Oath. Because, the Joint Commission was at lunch that day, contracting, 31 infectious diseases rather than eradicating any of them. I mean it in the nicest possible way. Having gone through JCO survey, the terminology that the JCO uses is short rope, non-medicine, non-medical science. The words like clutter, words like soiling, show an ignorance of what the medical science is. It's a material science field. Clutter is not dirty. Clutter is not infectious. You're not doing microscope studies on surfaces. Getting a freaking Q-tip out. And the common sense things that the FDA says work in food prep will work in surgery. And the biggest thing in the way is the Joint Commission thinking that they did something right, because they didn't. And I don't mean it to be mad. I'm so tired of physicians being scapegoated for the opioid epidemic and for hospitals being scapegoated when the mandate came from the Joint Commission and they know it. You guys know that you spent 20 years mandating pain scales in the community, and that's criminal, is in every way the cause of the opioid epidemic. There wasn't an opioid epidemic before the Joint Commission pain scales came out. And I know when you came to my primary clinic and said you want us to do that, it's wrong frickin' bank, wrong frickin' town. We don't screen people in the community for pain. Hello? What are you trying to do? You just create a bunch of junkies. Having somebody in a lab coat, a physician, turn to their patient and say, how much pain are you in from 1 to 10, and having that patient say 7, and have a narcotic prescribed. The Joint Commission mandated that. It is criminal activity, and has to be correctly identified as such. And frankly, we need to have real medical scientists again in the field of accrediting, because again, every year, the opioid epidemic got worse, and the Joint Commission laid an egg on explaining why. It actually originated from the Joint Commission. Canada, in Europe, didn't have an opioid epidemic the way we did. They didn't have JCO going in and mandating pain scales in community populations. And, so JCO put us behind the Canadians on healthcare. It's so freaking un-American. Put us behind the French on healthcare. Put us behind the Germans on healthcare, of which we were out-kicking them. In 1980, we're out-kicking them. And, we made the mistake of the industry of listening to the Joint Commission. Like they thought they knew what they're doing. I mean, they came out with the pain scales, at the end of the 90s, in 2000, 2001. Absolutely are implicated in the opioid epidemic. Every U.S. governor can step in and pass a bill and keep the Joint Commission out of their state, and should. The Joint Commission, should be limited from doing business in, every state in the union. U.S. governors are also held accountable. Our U.S. governors have had such a hard time. If you look at the last 10 years, we don't have a single U.S. governor that's been an incumbent for over 10 years. Right? They've all been crushed by the opioid epidemic, which they have almost nothing to do with. They're literally, they are not the individuals. Those were not the droids we were looking for as the cause. U.S. governors have been some of the highest, if you look back in history, some of the highest performing folks in our system. And if they understood that the Joint Commission is the reason that they're out of work, and they should, you know what I mean? And you could just think of the list of ex-U.S. governors. Because again, we have a great governor in New Hampshire. His name's Chris Sununu. Great professional. And he's in his 40s, like me. Which used to be midlife, but because life expectancy is declining, it's like, Sununu, old man Sununu, with the life expectancy soaring into the 40s, which is now we talked, 10, 15 years ago. But he's like getting into his 40s now. And, the other governors call him old man Sununu because, he's been in office for 8 years. What were things like, when you were in office back in 2016? Because none of the governors have been in office that long, which is fundamentally not what you'd expect if you looked at 50 states and looked at how likely is it for someone to get reelected as governor. And literally none of them made it. He's literally the longest sitting incumbent in America, and a good dude. And I don't mean to be informal about it, but he's a good dude. He's a good guy. He's a professional. And America has a lot of governors that are really good people that they just get railed on the opioid epidemic stuff. And, they don't, they're calling in experts asking which button to push. And, the Joint Commission is the origin of the opioid epidemic. I mean, and not enough medical scientists, because it's not our way to point the finger, but, being pensive about it isn't going to get us anywhere. The Joint Commission is a accrediting entity that mandates its accreditation on hospitals, and came in and said you have to screen people in the community for pain. And it was the most disastrous public health experiment because we knew it would fail. I happen to have been a peer-reviewed addiction scientist, where I was like, you're going to do what? Because they came into my primary care clinics and were like, well, you need to be screening for pain. I'm like, are you kidding? Why are you screening healthy people for pain? Like, you would just create a bunch of junkies. And I don't mean that in a mean way. That was how I explained it in my 20s. As, the Joint Commission showed up by a 20-year-old an executive in his 20s, where it said, there's no way we're going to screen people for pain. Are you kidding? And, they don't give out gold medals for people that are on the right side of the opioid epidemic. I want the Joint Commission out. We're going to do something better. I know United States governors would help us out on the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission. It'd be an opportunity for them to learn about public health and the history of disease eradication and some of the systems and methods that have done there. There's even U.S. governors that would want to join us in our starting Von College of Knights. Sanitizers, this is a real important thing. Surgical technique, has marked the upward trend in medicine. And the quality of medicine has been so heavily intervened by the quality of results in surgery. And so much of the sanitizing is autoclaving. which is relying on steam. And steam is a single method. Like is a single method. It's not a combination method. The medical science would be, for whatever is your food supply and other places that your food originates from, having asynchronous methods, and doing extra, going above and beyond to try to kill off microorganisms. And that's part of the conversation that needs to be had. Is that the JCO tendency to create standards is the cause of us having not just eradicate a single disease. Because if you create one system for a bunch of microbes, they're going to just learn that system through the trial and error that is morphology. That's how evolution works. It's like the Joint Commission is the reason that we didn't eradicate one of these 31 diseases. You needed to implement something special and distinct and unique that would kill off one of those microorganisms, and didn't. And the list grew. You guys had unbridled authority in creating mandates for quality. And again, you look at the results. Physicians get the credit for physicians' work. The hospital administrators get the credit for hospital administrators' work. 180 rural hospitals have been closed since 2005. Those are the Joint Commission closures. And those are the, Moody's closures. You can't do quality on Monday and do finance on Tuesday. Moody's did nothing to look at the quality of care in a hospital in a meaningful way. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. The Joint Commission did nothing to look at the financial health. And neither of them are medical scientists. Looking at the list of scientists at the WHO that was involved in this important landmark report, you see these folks that have titles and provenance and experience that I find exciting. Department of Veterinary Disease Biology, a Division of Epidemiology in Denmark, the National Institute for Public Health, the Director of Statistics Programs, Mathematics, Statistics, and Computer Science. That one's Northfield, Minnesota, just down the road from it. Hi, Julie Legler. What a nice choice to send a person with a computer statistics and math experience to that WHO committee. The National Institute for Public Health in the Netherlands. And again, on a lot of these diseases, it's something that we can cooperate with Europe on. But implementing asynchronous methods is what the empirical method is. Running new trials and new methods for eradicating disease. That's for those of us in medicine, that's what we signed up for. You can't put more on on surgeons' shoulders. They've gotten so much more productive over the last 20 years, over the last 40 years. You can't put more on their plate. They need a partner, and that's why we've decided to jump into accreditation. We know that accreditation is the right answer. We know that accreditation that looks at finance and quality is going to make physicians and hospitals successful. And so, looking at the sanitizing solution, following the manufacturer's instructions is the most important thing. But looking at asynchronous studies of increasing, gradually turning up the heat to use an analogy, on microbes, and running them out of our homes, out of our operating rooms, out of our hospitals, and getting away from blaming the people, because it's rebuilding a system that's fail-safe. The architect that built your home, for you physicians, the architect that built your home had no consideration for you becoming healthy. And there's a series of changes that you can make at home in our Manor One program. I'm editorializing, but we know that physicians can have a safer, more sanitary home. And in surgery. And I mean, there's quaternary ammonium compounds which they're a lot of times called quats, are used on floors, walls, furnishings, equipment. Um, you know, Shoes aren't specified. And again, I'm just giving an example where we know that the return on shoes will be high. Hard to say. It could be 20% of eradicating those parasites is shoes, is putting quats on shoes. Is that one simple thing? And, between surgeries, in and out of the home. And I mean, the expenses, compared to disease eradication, it isn't this, serious expense. Quats are, and this is from Anon 1997, colorless and odorless, stable against reaction with organic matter, resistant to corrosion of metals. Like I did trials on, because again, physicians are going to want to shave, brush their teeth. Part of the Manner 1 program is these personal hygiene items, of which they're all disease vectors. Your toothbrush is one of the biggest disease vectors in your home. It's one that, any infectious disease that made it onto the toothbrush festers there. And in my testing, quaternary ammonium functions really well in a kit, in a hygiene kit that's repeatable. That can be a consumer product. Something that can be really life-saving. Because, I mean, it feels different when you brush your teeth and shave with disease-free instruments. It feels different. Stable against temperature fluctuations. Quats are stable. They're non-irritating to the skin. They're effective at really high pH. Effective against mold growth. Non-toxic, and they're good suffragants. They do have 3 disadvantages. Limited effectiveness against some gram-negative microorganisms. But it is effective against Salmonella and E. coli. Incompatibility with ionic-type synthetic detergents. And film forming on food handling and food processing equipment. But the quaternary ammonium is, it happens to be interesting because of the geometry. Quaternaries, we know that they act differently against microorganisms than straight chlorine or iodine. They form a bacteriostatic film after being applied to surfaces. And this film makes many of those microbes unable to reproduce, which, again, you put them on your shoes, you get into your hygiene kits and kill them out there. They're not able to reproduce. And you actually will notice, and again, I'm editorializing, but like as an accreditor, like we'll get you a quaternary ammonium kit for your toothbrushes and your razors. You can treat your bars of soap with it. You can soak your your washcloths in it between uses. There's no reason to use a washcloth twice. There's no reason to use a bar of soap twice that hasn't been sanitized. There's no reason to trust that bar of soap. If it's not a quaternary ammonium product that is designed to kill those microbes, you shouldn't presume it's killing those microbes. Like, you have to look at the claims on the bar of soap, which is, that's one of the fundamental differences. A detergent can get petroleum off the wings of birds if there's an oil spill. It doesn't mean that it kills E. coli and Salmonella, and Candida that are, have these extra natural spikes um, again, that have proven stubborn. Um, and so the geometry, the molecular geometry of the quaternary ammonium is growth inhibiting, reproduction inhibiting, which is, it's a good life cycle phase to go after. Acid anionic sanitizers are a different combination, depending on your geography and like the USDA range and like where your food comes from and your hospital and the surfaces in your hospital, of which again they're totally there's not a surface in your hospital that's FDA approved. There's not a surface in your surgery center that's FDA approved. The FDA doesn't approve surfaces; it approves equipment. And if we elevated the standards, the tools that you as a surgeon are using work well, and the evidence is that you guys are doing an awesome job. You guys have gotten way more productive, way more effective over long periods of time. For hip surgeons, you're putting new hips and knees on people, where people are like, you could write New Testament about any one, hip surgeon, for example, that, he puts new hips and knees on people, and they just like wag their tail and go home, without putting any narcotics in them. It's like a modern miracle. And so you guys are doing the right stuff. All of the other surfaces in your surgery center, in your hospital, in your clinic, the architect had no medical science training, didn't take a single physics course maybe, didn't read Principia, doesn't know calculus, didn't study public health, didn't study microbes. You should never enlist an architect that doesn't have any medical science training. Because, again, you would have 3 stations to sanitize yourself going into surgery. Because, it starts at basically the drip line of the building. The drip line of the building is the first stop. If you're driving there, that's another stop. But, these, the parasites are beatable. Acid anionic sanitizers act rapid and kill a broad spectrum of bacteria. The advantages, according to Anon, 1997, stable to heat and organic matter, have non-volatile characteristics, can be heated to temperatures below 100 degrees Celsius without a loss of strength, generate low foam, suitable for CIP equipment, non-selective, permitting destructive of all vegetable cells, safe for use on most food handling surfaces. It has a rapid, broad spectrum kill of bacteria, yeast, and molds, are pH range tolerant, effective against biofilms, allows sanitizing and acid rinse to be combined. The disadvantages of the acid anionic sanitizers is high cost, odor, irritancy, tendency to corrode iron and other metals. And, that's, again, having done my own, medical review, my own medical science review of the literature, like looking at what was out there to rebuild this long-robe science of entericology. I was inspired to look at all of my habits and hygiene. Again, the toothbrush. Send your toothbrush, for the microscope lab to take a look at, and see. You get which is one of the smartest things for us to do as a profession, is see what's on that toothbrush. Because toothpaste, as wonderful as it is not going to kill off large amounts of microbiota. If it's on your toothbrush, it's in your body. And if it's on your body, it's transmitted in multiple ways. And as a caregiver, that's one of the first steps. And you can do the same with your razor. You'll find that razors, again, if they're not sitting in quaternary ammonium, they're uh, they're going to have some material on them, unless you're a competitive swimmer, which is that me. Like I happen to have been a competitive swimmer in my youth, and like I still swim, and I know that swimming is fundamentally a cleaner habit than all but a small number of alternatives. In that you know one of the philosophies that comes with it is the benefits of having chlorine absorbing fibers in acrylic swimming suits, which is again that methodology of having clothing that actually absorbs chlorine ions. Again, which is not something that competitive swimmers set out to do. But I mean, if you look at some of the healthier, older people, you'll see folks that are competitive swimmers and do laps. And it happens to be that, even a swimming pool level of chlorine as a habit is so effective against things like foodborne illness that you'd find that the rates of many of these parasites are much lower. Just by the presence of chlorine, by wearing swimming suits with chlorine on them. Hydrogen peroxide has been found to be effective against biofilms. That is a little older finding. It can be used on all types of surfaces. Use of hydrogen peroxide for the sterilization of food packaging material is in compliance if more than 0.1 part per million can be determined in distilled water packaged under production conditions. Hydrogen peroxide solution may be used by itself or in combination with other processes to treat food contact surfaces prepared. I'm skeptical of hydrogen peroxide. Happen to be. I'm waiting for the evidence, really. Other authors have pointed to it. Lynch did a great study in 1979, providing characteristics of commonly used sanitizers. And his offers suggestions for basically what characteristics of different sanitizers are for what surfaces, which helps address that issue where for surgical equipment you have FDA and you have manufacturers' recommendations. The whole building, your clinic, your hospital, including the surgery suites, don't have any indications at all because the FDA doesn't regulate the building, which we don't necessarily need them to. That's what the accreditor is supposed to do. There's no reason to think that our accreditors have been involved in designing safer buildings. Like physicians have done that work. But there's very good peer-reviewed head-to-head data between steam, iodine, iodophores, which is a cleaning methodology, the cleaning agent, chlorines, acids, and quads. And having a calendar year regimen is extraordinarily useful. His study includes looking at specific areas, specific conditions, with recommended sanitizers in concentrations. That study's all the way from 1979. You so rarely see a meta-study on surface-specific cleaning agents. across this whole area of foodborne illness, but it happens to be a good data point. If others of you know of a more recent, I'd be happy to hear about it, learn about it. But again, like the table that's based on that study underscores quaternary ammonium compounds again. That food contact services mostly for environmental control, walls, drains, tiles. And again, like if it makes sense, on tile, drain, floors, it makes sense in your shoes as well. And like we'll find out that, shoes, toothbrushes, intimate things like that simply need daily quaternary ammonium. And I mean that's the work of Entericology, the medical science. You can't spread microbes if you're have totally inhibited their reproduction. And expanding the sanitation options and the sanitation protocol, which again, relying on the manufacturer's instructions is smart. Like in sterile processing, like, the interplay between machine makers and facilities is entirely unregulated, where huge machines are installed into a building, and the building side, it doesn't have any guarantee or assurance, and that happens to be the whole issue for surgical trays, is that you have a manufacturer that sold a system, and if that system has any distance between where it is in surgery up an elevator, there's no reason that an elevator is in any way designed to prevent disease. And again, like, just you have to look at years and years of people's habits and entertain the alternative hypothesis that parasites intervene through their hosts. So how do you sanitize? Having an indelible solution. Follow the manufacturer's instructions, but you should ask them for data, because the responsible manufacturer will share data based on their service calls, and share that detail, and then get to the causal data of what where the variation is, because we know that autoclaves high quality technology, but we know that the data at the manufacturer level can make us more successful. Again, which is a whole nother, why is it that we built these electronic medical records and we didn't think of interfacing with the manufacturer for, sanitizing? I know that there are manufacturers that are so conservative about eliminating infection that they would share data to be good citizens. And that taking the extra step for them of saying we'll be involved in sharing quality data of what facility specifics vary. And again, that's for entericology, that happens to be part of the possible scope of work. We know that gastroenterologists simply don't have the time to do that. It's a more quantitative, it's more of a pathology study. We invite gastroenterologists to join us, and we know that profession has to be so filled with ending colon cancer, which is totally different problem. but down to the having a full cleaning on a operating room. When you look at the fomite scoring of the basically letter tranching the materials in an operating room for how relatively disease transferring there is such an important area of study, because we'll find that some of the materials that we put in operating rooms don't make sense to be in operating rooms. There are some things that are reducing porous materials, looking in high traffic locations over what part of this race is going to be how and where to put quaternary ammonium on shoes, how and where to have each surgeon have their own sanitary kit in the locker room that doesn't have to move, and you end up, and then how to evangelize that to patients. Physicians really can sell, a toothbrush kit to their patients. It has, when you look at how much disease, and we'll look at it, how much disease is caused by toothbrush, multi-use toothbrush, without sanitizing it, there will be a huge change, and physicians can be at the front end of that. And again, you can do if you're a physician and your patient has suspected parasite, foodborne parasite, get a path study on their toothbrush. Literally, see how many parasites are on there, because it's not going to be one or none. Toothbrushes are filthy. Now, I noted multiple times in my life, and I looked at different cleaning agents where I would try things for my own self, and I'm editorializing, but again, I'm an experimental scientist, so I would look at baking soda and vinegar. I would look at, because I knew fundamentally that a toothbrush, wasn't right, and I knew that electric toothbrushes are better than non-electric from a dental perspective, from a dental and gums perspective, and so I'm editorialized because it isn't a peer-reviewed study, but we know that eliminating sanitizing parasites from toothbrushes is self-sufficient. And what I'm saying is order path studies, because you'll find that having patients bring in their toothbrush and have them get microscoped is a reimbursable activity. It's one where we can start getting surveillance on what kinds and what numbers of microbes are in each community in a rather standard way, like a toothbrush to toothbrush to toothbrush. All right, and so we'll find that you can get a lot of data really fast, and that's going to be a leading indicator of enteric illness, because the toothbrush disease that's on there on Monday is still on there on Tuesday. It's still on there on Wednesday. It's still on there on Thursday. There's no amount of toothpaste that kills parasites on your toothbrush. And mine. I have a little toothbrush kit that, I'd be willing to sell to physicians. I don't necessarily want to sell it to the general population, but you have an electric toothbrush with 3 heads, and you rotate it through quaternary ammonium. It kills parasites for sure. I'm hardly hungry. You know what I mean? It's 12:51 on a Saturday. I'm not hungry. I haven't had a bite to eat. I had 6 calories of coffee. Which coffee was one of the things that I had to add multiple steps in the preparation process. which is part of the Manor One program, is adding more steps between preparation and eating. Because once you get rid of the preparation steps, you'll realize how, for me, it felt like parasites are involved in my coffee habit. It was something that was more stubborn. But your toothbrush can get clean. Your razors can get clean. They can get clean in sanitizer that's FDA approved, that's used for food grade material. And like, you can't throw toothbrushes out fast enough. But again, that study, I know Chris Cook can do that study. He's a lab director. We just collect toothbrushes from all over America, and we could do whatever method we want. Take 30 patients at random and send them all to him. Let's see if Cook is willing to do that study. I think that'd be a good study. I think you'd find a closer view is, we're having tens of millions of food-borne illness each year, and that's going to trace back to chronic habits, toothbrushes, kitchen behavior, other washroom-related things. But again, there's a finite list of things that we can accredit, that we can collect data, and we can do better. Frankly, as a physician, you can be more profitable, you can be healthier, and you can have higher quality. And just letting the science of entericology, rather than having you be afraid of it, having a teammate to help evangelize it up and down your roster. Because it's, we know that surgeons are way more meticulous and hygienic than other specialties, than other professions, to be precise. And so evangelizing it, rather than, using the emotion of disgust rather than the emotion of fear. And like the emotion of disgust is, like we're, we graduated knights to send off to war. We can graduate knights to kill off parasites, virus, bacteria. If it made sense sending knights off to war, it makes sense sending knights off to kill off parasites. And so, for some of the more advanced folks, we, have been enrolling people in our College of Knights. We invite you to join us. But that's, using the emotion of disgust is more effective than fear. And the infectious control programs that I've observed, which include a lot of really good people, use fear. And I mean, fear doesn't work. Fear isn't the emotion that helps you win what could be a 6-week effort at eliminating parasites from your life. Fear isn't going to work. Fear works over very short periods of time. It's the fundamental, bad management is, telling people, to be afraid. Because it isn't a fear thing. There's, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years of these parasites following our species. And, when we hone in on them, we win. We win because, we, as a species, we hunted the panther. You have to think, down in heaven, there's a lot of Homo sapiens that are eaten alive by large cats. And, we're not the species of, some primate, some monkey that just took it. We, lost someone. We're the species that lost someone to a panther and said, I want revenge against that panther that killed my friend. And that mentality is so fundamentally Homo sapien. It's the analogy that leads us into defeating disease. Like Louis Pasteur, like Jonas Salk. And we killed the panther. We hunted the panther. You know, Homo sapiens raced into the panther when they show up. That was one of the ways that we were able to defeat the panther. Because see, the Homo sapien is when a baby cries, the woman awakes. The man sleeps through. When a panther growls, the man awakes. Male hearing is tuned to hear the growl of the panther, to hear it first. And our first instinct as a species is to run. There's good reason to think like the panthers put that on us. Again, I'm editorializing, but the panther put that on us, and through training, through community, through language, we stood our ground against the panther. We prepared for the panther to come, and we went through a process of eradicating large cats from our habitats. If you look at Homo sapiens, what's really striking is the absence of large cats today where there were large cats. Because, again, we followed panthers to the ends of the earth and ran them out. And that process is one of the remarkable stories and is the right emotion when it comes to killing off parasites. We took out the panther. We could take out salmonella. We took out the panther. We can take out candida. And just that aggressiveness. You just have to picture a Homo sapien preparing for a panther and racing into it. Which that we had that period in our morphology where you don't run from those. You can stand your ground, but we had hunters that raced into it and knocked them out, and that's part of what entericology is. There's 31 parasites out there that think that they can make us ill, make us sick, shorten our lifespan. And, we are not some freaking primates that just take it. We race right back into it. I know that our surgeons can do that. I know the nurses can do that. I know that the paramedics can do that. And, it's adding that, we know that, lab directors can do that. We have a system that's worked. It's called medical science. And just building brands that are willing to make that guarantee and are willing to add 3 whole new systems in and out of surgery, and then go that extra step to going down to the grocery store, and add that extra step of the manufacturer you're sanitizing entities sharing data, because you have insurance companies mandating that physicians share their patient complaint data. What about the sanitizing companies? What about the electronic medical record companies? Do they have to share the data? They haven't. Well, they need to. Because those are where the issues are. The resources gone into these electronic medical records that added no value to patients of any kind. And we spent a fortune. Like our country borrowed from China to buy electronic medical records in every hospital and clinic to slow us down. And we didn't even ask for the data. What complaints do you get from physicians? Why don't insurance companies ask for that? And it happens to be, we have 50 different markets. But basically we can do better. The sanitizing standards for milk storage, cream, condensed milk, ice cream, processing for heat treatment, are important to understand for your hospital, clinic, and for home. And understand what the methods are. And again, like dairy includes multiple claims of probiotics. And these claims of probiotics have, emerged with this, probiotic industry. The probiotics, like I said, I've created a grading system, letter trenching, which is necessary because again, it's like a catchphrase, and the distance between, like there's 5 or 6 microbes in sauerkraut that are probiotic A, that are directionally so likely to be useful for your body and to give parasites a hard time. Sauerkraut happens to be one of those old shepherd traditions of one of those other, there was a shepherd tribe that noted that sauerkraut is an extraordinary positive food choice. The amount of probiotics in sauerkraut really can't be exaggerated. It varies by batching, varies based on method. 5, 13, could be over 20. But like, there's real probiotics, even those, in looking at sauerkraut, out of the 13 to 26, 5 or 6 of them are probiotic A style. There are others in there that are less so. And, the food labeling has fallen way behind. And again, like, where are we going to get the medical science-based method for labeling what is a healthy probiotic, what isn't, if it doesn't come from Entericology? Because I know Louis Pasteur, Jonas Salk, I know they'd have a clear opinion on it. We'll letter tranche it. This would be, letter tranche it with 26 tranches, and and then label it. I mean, it can be a color-coded system. It can be simple, and that's what we want to do in Entericology, and we want you to join us. But sauerkraut happened to be one of those amazing, truly extra natural foods that's filled with microbes that happens to be more important than the calorie content. And something through trial and error is old tradition, and is one of the healthiest foods to the extent that it's a kind of over-the-counter medicine. I mean, like, that is one of the key tools, is the high-quality probiotics in sauerkraut, as opposed to the claims in some cheeses, of which the microbes have been along for the cheese processing. Cheese plants are an underregulated area on what's a probiotic. 'Cause there's a lot of claims that come out of the dairy industry, and I love dairy, don't get me wrong, but I mean, being real conservative about what is a probiotic A from what is a probiotic S. I can go into meat and poultry sanitation. I know that's a really important process, and the key is, and again, we're talking to hospitals and physicians, the having more steps between slaughter of beef and poultry and eating is better, including the user, including the individual, which is happens to be a paradox. But the more food prep steps that you have that are safe steps, the better it is, which is contrary to everything we've learned about quality. And why is that true? We think editorializing parasites probably are involved in voluntary action through their hosts. And so the more you control and specify rules for meat and poultry, right down to, right down to having a clean fork and keeping it clean. Which you have to understand, it's like includes sanitizing your toothbrush. And has to. Because the first time you put that fork in your mouth, you've exposed the fork to that microbiota that you're brushing your teeth with every day. If you look at listeria in meat plants, this is a 1987 study by Wilson. The highest implicated areas for listeria were floors and drains. And, you happen to see floors and drains come up multiple times. More than the sausage peelers. More than the walls and ceilings. And so, what I like is there's hospital facility design for how to serve meat and poultry, and yet they don't use any of the architectural standards that are based on evidence that originate from this entericology field, and are often outsourced to large companies that are not necessarily the ones that'll solve aren't necessarily, they can get enrolled in trying to eliminate foodborne illness. It's a weird thing having a hospital, with physicians in it, asking the short robe people how to prepare safe meat and poultry. Because the Hippocratic Oath originates from superior horses, originates from shepherds, where we created the quality standards. And that's like what a physician is like a really high quality veterinary surgeon, became a surgeon, and now we have medical degrees, which makes it more clear, and is a good thing. But the short row food processing vendor in the cafeteria at the hospital, they're the short robe folks. They look to you for the standards. So it's one of the more interesting outsourcing choices is outsourcing poultry and meat processing in the hospital to the short rope, because they don't know. They'd ask you. Their trade, like the Restaurant Association, is their accrediting system, which is, honestly, it's a better system that's in the average American home. But the food preparation is happening on site in the hospital, and again, physicians, hospital administrators, medical scientists are at the top of this profession of shepherding. And shepherding is again, Hippocrates is superior in horses. That's where it comes from. So it's, that shepherd, all the way from raising the animal to safely eating it, that is what the shepherd tradition is. Of which there's 66 traditions of that. And, we like folks at Aramark, but is that one of the 66 traditions? And which one is it? The USDA is like one of those traditions. The USDA doesn't manage hospital food, but could. If you'd prefer private options, there's way more options that were out there, is the point. And the low temperature bacterial pathogens, the illusion of a refrigerator. Again, just like refrigerators are so heavily used and overused. The because we don't routinely screen people for foodborne illness, the rates could be like every healthcare professional. Like could be. Fruit and vegetable sanitation also has whole principles in hygienic design that you tend to not see in a hospital cafeteria. And part of how does that happen? Like a hospital is an important building in a community. To not meet those standards, well, the FDA doesn't regulate food in a hospital. The FDA doesn't set rigorous standards. JACO does. Their standards are not built on medical science. Again, our people of the BMI in America has only increased with the Joint Commission increasing in authority. And so, routine fruit and vegetable, architectural requirements are not met in hospitals. I mean, processing areas, the number of steps for safely processing fruit and vegetables way exceeds the prep space that's in a hospital cafeteria. And I mean, packaged storage areas. I mean, the system that we have of medical science is so good and so not applied merely by the coincidence that we knocked out polio, and we say, yay, we did it. And there's 31 other like diseases that we have to totally eradicate. And, we're asking for you to join us. Heat pasteurization is still the most common method for microbial control in beverage plants. Although the energy cost is high, it is nevertheless a convenient method. Alternative procedures have been investigated because of the high energy cost. I mean, like Louis Pasteur, still got it. I happen to live in West Lebanon, New Hampshire. We have an old seminary right next door that right now doesn't have any teaching going on. We want to have a Sir Henry Vaughan College of Knights. Sir Henry Vaughan happens to be an ancestor of mine on my mother's side. He was one of the knights that came to America. He came in 1635 to the Bay Colony. He passed the first religious freedom law as the 5th governor of the Bay Colony. He founded a university called, it was built on Henry II Covenant, where he, passed a bill to start a new college as good as Cambridge University, which ended up being put in Cambridge, Massachusetts. That's now known as Harvard University. He founded Rhode Island, and he modernized the British Navy. He had a vision of calculus a generation before Isaac Newton. And his work is so important in putting an English university here in America. The Jamestown colony failed. He came along to the Bay Colony and put a seminary and put a university in the Bay Colony, which again would mark the upward trend of Europeans in the New World. He was one of our founding fathers, and he was part of the generation of knights, where he had a claim as King of England, and he was Vice Admiral of the British Navy. He's credited with a lot of executive titles, some of which he was elected for, and some of which he had claims to the throne. He happened to have been martyred at the end of the English Civil War, where he was the only casualty. And through my mother's line, we have this claim to the throne of England. We jokingly say, "You cannot kill the king and say you are king." But we know that Cernivon is special because he founded Harvard, founded calculus. And he built the British Navy that ultimately defeated the Dutch, which is difficult for people to imagine. But, the Dutch had a West India colony in Albany, New York, and in New Amsterdam, New York City, which, basically took all the wealth out of the colonies, the French and English colonies. And that was something that they did the world over until his navy was able to defeat their navy. That was a major change in the 17th century that led to a huge swing in favor of the language English, of which, us Americans were part of that tradition. And so, America's founders included knights. Again, knights have a rigorous medical science background, a rigorous quality training, and a rigorous financial training. Knights were the ones you'd send in to collect the money. I know my ancestors on my father's side happened to have been Lithuanian knights. They were involved in building West Point in a classic Apodium style, which is true, for the Cernivon College of Knights, is having a place where individuals can go to a finishing school, professional school, to learn how to collect the money, to learn how to do quality, where they could participate as one of our accreditors. They can help run a hospital, run a physician group. That's what a lot of the folks from my master's program do. And so we're accepting enrollment at the Cernivon College of Knights here in West Lebanon, New Hampshire. First in the nation. We're bringing back chivalry to the Hippocratic Oath. Yeah, and just the issues of food service, sanitation. In the cafeteria and in the whatever medical staff accommodations are there for physicians, including things like coffee that have mildly controlled substances. The habits in that area are a high area of risk and high area of transmission of microbes. Particularly where food is passing through into the sanitary environment. But having a way more aggressive approach is what's in order. There's 31, parasites the WHO recognizes. And we know that there's a need for a long robe, medical specialty. We know that there's a need for that specialty to not be, put on top of the surgeon and not be put on top of the anesthesiologist. We know that it has tools, equipment, technology. We know that there's clear to-dos. There's best practices in other industries that are working. We know that having a check and balance program will work. We know that having that work billable makes sense. We started telling the story of Sir George Baker, who was the physician to George III, who happened to discover lead poisoning. He corresponded with Benjamin Franklin. Even those two figures that were on opposite sides of the American Revolution corresponded on the subject of lead poisoning. It was before the war, but in the best interest of Homo sapiens. The kings of France, the Bourbons of Spain, the Medici, the Habsburgs, the Tudor, the Stuart, the Hanover sovereigns. Again, they each had their own approach for containing disease as shepherds. The shepherding tradition varied across Europe, where they had kings. I have that humble tradition of being descended of a king that was martyred, that somebody literally killed the king and then started saying they were king in the 17th century. And then on my dad's side, we happen to be descended of horse shepherds, of Lithuania, where we were the white knights on white horses. We'd like to say we still are. But those knights were shepherds in the tradition of helping make quality and market decisions for food. That's why we're going with the College of Knights, is we want a new class of medical science experts, because that seems to be what worked in the past. And I worked on these, in crop protection. But there are parasites on wheat, barley, rye, and like claviceps is a grain-based parasite that is subtle. The French call them ergot. That has been on rye and other grain-eating food since antiquity. Nations varied on how they address it. When you look at law in each of those 66 traditions is natural law, largely on food handling, food safety. And that was, we had long road professionals that were medical scientists, knights, that were involved in securing food supply for nation states. And we think the FDA is a quality organization, the USDA is a quality organization. We think there's at least 64 other ways of securing our food supply that works. One or more of them works better. And we think that the medical science can be applied better. And we're willing to build a private system of accreditation. And that's what the whole idea of the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission is to build a private system of accrediting quality and finance for physicians, hospitals, surgery centers, retail pharmacy, and our grocery stores. We know there's a lot of really high quality people that we can all pull together. We've done it before. But the legends of like Meriwether Lewis, purchased 103 pounds of portable soup in 1803. So part of the canning revolution and the portability of food revolution had huge errors. When you look back at its founding, these were hyped. That 193 pounds of portable soup was lugged around across the exploration of the West and they'd only eat it when they were close to starvation. There was a French tradition in canning, in shepherding. There was an English tradition in canning and shepherding. There is, more than one English tradition. There was a Danube River tradition, like Romania. And I'm just looking at foodborne illness, in the 17th, 18th, 19th century. I mean, there's just stories of ships leaving with large amount of pre-prepared food and then never being heard from again. And the in the age of exploration, there was such an imperative, and it was so important for the media to get an answer of what happened to this expedition. Was there an adulteration of food? Which, that word, that curious word, appears in 1823 publication. It happens to be one of the lowest inquiries. Whereas when you look back and you see treaty, treaty originating from Knight, it is highbrow, quantitative. Like Sir John Pringle here, a discourse upon some late improvements of the means for preserving the health of mariners, from 1776. And there's just very sincere inquiry. Through this medical science, the long robe physician specialty that really should, through the accreditation, mostly I want to convince you that we can do better by increasing our tracing of foodborne illness, increasing our detection of foodborne illness. Here's an 1820 publication, by Abraham Small, again using adulterations again. That curious word can't become a barrier to keep us from removing parasites from our food supply. Just because the food processing plant employee doesn't purposefully put salmonella into the food and purposefully adulterate it, doesn't mean that it's not a risk that should be on the label and scored. Because that leads to a increase in the quality of packaging, increase in clarity of the claims of the food, and can result in suggested preparation methods. And instead, what you've seen some regulators do is spend time looking at the intellectual property of foods that are named after a region. Champagne, Parma ham, Dijon mustard, feta cheese, which are worthwhile. I'm all for protecting intellectual property. The label can be specific. But you can see in that shepherd tradition, protecting a nation's secrets and a nation's intellectual property has been a higher value than has been protecting the populace. And we need to increase the transparency and increase the medical science and the medical study of entericology for the how entericology originates from some extra natural effects in psychology. Like, like I can give anecdotal that I prepare chicken way different when I follow the rule that I've written in advance. Way different. And, again, the average household doesn't have the material to cleanly prepare a chicken to specifications. And like cutting boards are one-time use products. They're not a serious material solution to. Those are more the cause of food contamination. Before 1906, many parts of the secular government didn't require safety or toxicity studies to be carried out on new drugs. The assumption was no company would risk selling drugs that were toxic. And again, there wasn't a private accreditation option. And so, that's why we, begin this journey with the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission. I happen to have done quality and finance consulting for physicians all over America. Where, I haven't been given a seal of approval specifically, but will. And we're extending that offer to, hospitals, employed physicians, private equity firms with surgery centers. The field happens to be include a lot of incredibly high quality individuals that are regulated and accredited by the wrong people, that have the wrong priorities. Louis Pasteur was right on anthrax. Jonas Salk was right on polio. Edward Jenner was right about smallpox. There's 31 foodborne illnesses that we have to run out of every department of surgery, every hospital, every physician office, out of their homes, out of the grocery stores, and out of your patients' homes. Probably in that order. And we want you to join us. We want to help accredit, based on evidence. We want to run over-prescribing of opioids out of our surgery centers, out of our clinics, out of our hospitals. The vocabulary is the new long robe vocabulary, which includes letter tranching. Letter tranching of probiotics, letter tranching of fomites, the inanimate objects with their relative disease transmission risk. Letter tranching on pestilence. Where probiotics could be pestilence. You know what I mean? As a part of the past, like polio. Pestilence could be like a potentially epidemic microbe where there's an actuarial history elsewhere. There's pestilence, from the word pista, the beaten track of a parasite, against an actuarial history now. Pestilence, the natural epidemic, based on the post, the benchmark, the pillar, the doorpost. The pestilence, of which the peculiar morphology in foodborne diseases is qualitatively different from other diseases, where the rates of morphology and rates of change are reported to be far higher. And not for reasons that we totally understand, but we'd call it extra natural. And probably because our behaviors are part of the problem. And instead of using fear selling, using disgust selling. We killed the panther, we can kill these 31 parasites. We're 7 days from killing off all these parasites every single day. We'll run it out of our surgery centers first. We'll run it out of our physicians' homes next. We'll run out of hospitals next. We'll run out of the grocery stores. And we'll run out of our communities altogether. And that philosophy and that approach, for a tribe, we hunted the panther, and now the panther is in a zoo. We're not gonna have a parasite zoo, and we want them all the way gone. We're not gonna have the house cat version of parasites. We want them totally gone. These examples of the 1993 Jack in the Box, the E. coli, came out of the woodwork. And a handful of these have originated just like that. Where it's like extra natural. And the epidemiologists say that it was like all of the errors aligning. It is peculiar. Salmonella is another one that has come in extra natural events. And, so having a rigorous accreditation system that is meant to make physicians more profitable, higher quality based on medical science, putting bodies back into the clinic, putting a longer roster of people into the clinic, and out of these centralized departments. Having and we want you to join us as one of our accreditees. We want to be the replacement for your accreditor. We want to be the replacement for your bond rater. We think that the investment grade, non-investment grade bond rating can't be done independent of quality. It simply can't be done without looking at the medical science. Simply can't be done, where we had 180 rural hospitals closed since 2005 on the basis that they were not investment grade anymore, which is a made-up fairy tale. There's no town in America that said that hospitals are not investment grade. That was a bond rating by a company that doesn't have their kids in that local school, that fundamentally isn't involved in medical science, has not built a brand, does not know how to build a professional roster, hasn't collected a bill from an insurance company, doesn't know what hospitals should invest in. The hospitals are making like 60, 70, 80, 90 cents a dollar, where other industries that are just a couple regulations different are making $2 in revenue per dollar of asset. And the big difference is that those other industries don't have JCO. No disrespect to Moody's, but my ancestors on my dad's side founded the Leahy Railroad. Like the railroad industry in America was brought here by knights. We did such a good job that by 1910 we had the best railroad infrastructure in the whole world. We had the Erie Canal. There were a lot of really smart professionals that were involved in building that infrastructure. And then Moody's came out in 1910 and started doing bond ratings on American railroads. And how did they do? Two of America's largest railroads are owned by Canada and owned by Canadians. Like, we lost the Iron Age to Canadians for two of our largest railroads. That's how poorly Moody's performed. And after that horrible performance, Moody's went on to other industries, not based on any medical science that they'd done well. Literally, the United States lost railroads, which is, like, in business, one of the closest approximations of perpetual motion that you get anywhere. And we lost it to the Canadians. I mean, a little country of 30 million people. It's not like we lost it to some, like, big imperial power. We lost it to a small neighbor. We lost our railroads to a small neighbor. That's how poorly Moody's performed. Like, Moody's went on and has now been involved in bond rating hospitals where they're making, in their opinion, investment grade, non-investment grade, which resulted in a system where 180 rural hospitals have been closed since 2005. When there's been an obesity epidemic, there's been a diabetes epidemic, there's huge rates of osteoarthritis that need new facilities for replacing people's hips and knees. And out of those 180, not one of them had an orthopedic surgery center built in its place. Not one of them had a Enteric style facility for diagnosing foodborne illness or shepherding, or redoubling on the tradition of shepherding, whether it be the French style, the Dutch style, the English style, the German style. There's different shepherding traditions with different probiotics that are qualitatively different than what has been provided to us through R1. And so 180 hospitals were closed on the predicate that they were not investment grade. That's news to Americans. We don't think that folks in New York City understand, and I don't mean it in a mean way because, my dad grew up in New York. Again, we're a descendant of Lithuanian knights and kings. We built West Point. Who are you guys? Who are you guys to put a bond rating that says 180 hospitals should close, that they're not investment grade? What do you know about investment grade? Like, everybody knows that we need more orthopedic hospitals. Everybody knows that we need hospitals that will accommodate this, foodborne illness field. And not one of them was repurposed for what we actually need. Who are you guys to say investment grade? Moody's, is the emperor that has no clothes. Literally, Moody's has to be run out of healthcare and be run out of bond rating healthcare. When they say opinion, they have no medical science training, no Hippocratic training of any kind, no brand building training. Moody's is not a consumer brand. You guys don't know how to build a consumer brand. The methods, technology, and instruments for building consumer brands come from elsewhere. The operation, again, healthcare has become less productive as Moody's has started rating bonds in healthcare. Moody's performed poorly. Moody's is also implicated in the opioid epidemic, where, again, Moody's bond ratings and pressure for hitting Moody's benchmarks is one of the primary drivers for the opioid epidemic. And, again, we did better without Moody's in the railroads. America had the best railroad infrastructure in the whole world before Moody's rated a single bond in it. And you have to go back and look. Maybe that company has never added any value to Americans or to American taxpayers. Maybe they're a lousy bond rater. We happen to think, as an opinion, that Moody's needs to get out of healthcare bond rating and get out of railroad bond rating, and that Americans can reclaim its railroads that we lost since Moody's gave them away to the Canadians by saying that somehow railroads were spontaneously not investment grade, and that our rural hospitals are not investment grade. Get out of town. I mean, my family built West Point. Like, literally, get out of New York State. It's ours. We built it. You can't have it. We built the freedom that you live under. The Dutch freaking farmed our people. Do you know how poor the Americans were before the Lithuanian Knights came here? We were so impoverished and so poor, and Moody's is literally just sucking at the tradition of the Dutch West India Company, which had a tradition in finance of having businesses just like Moody's. And like by covenant, Moody's wandered in and started doing Dutch-like activities. Newsflash, we defeated the Dutch. We ran them out of America. You can't tell us what's investment grade and non-investment grade. That is a Dutch West India Company style bond rating. Moody's literally has no business being in hospital bond rating, nor railroad bond rating. If Moody's has done a really good job rating bonds somewhere else in the American economy where we've lost the seat as the largest economy in the world, let that come to light. I'd be happy to hear it. When you look at where America fell behind, you can look at where Moody's has expanded and see that they've failed us every time. Honestly, the Joint Commission is a slightly nicer story where the Joint Commission literally failed by literally mandating pain screening and giving us the opioid epidemic. Americans deserve better. We have to cancel our contracts with the Joint Commission, and we need to have our hospital bonds rated by medical scientists. Valuation theory has nothing to do with total revenue amount. Moody's has absolutely failed America and American governors. Every governor can sue Moody's for suggesting that total revenue of a hospital over $2 billion is the only thing that can keep interest rates for hospitals low enough to stay in business. Because Moody's is the primary driver for consolidation of hospitals in America, because they were so lazy that they said, hospitals that are over $2 billion in revenue rarely fail. And so if you just make that the only score for the top investment rating, then you'll have fewer fails. They failed to note that there's only like 12 states that can have hospitals over $2 billion in revenue, because the rest of the American states are too small. There's 38 other states that don't have a $2 billion hospital and therefore can't get the cheapest access to on interest on their bonds for superfluous, non-scientific nonsense by non-physicians, non-medical scientists, non-oath people that don't even need to be here. Like, I'm not kidding. Moody's, get out of New York State. My family founded West Point. We won the American Revolution. You have no right running 180 rural hospitals out of business. Every U.S. governor should sue Moody's. 38 U.S. governors should sue Moody's. Because there's no reason to say that a hospital in New Hampshire needs to be $2 billion in revenue to get the best bond rating. And ditto for Georgia. Ditto for South Dakota. You have to think of how stupid that bond criteria is and really think about it. Think about how un-American it is and how it's undermining the sovereignty of 38 governors, which there's not a single governor that lasted 10 years. And the turnover at Moody's hasn't nearly been the same. Ex-U.S. governors, existing U.S. governors can sue Moody's. Again, like, Moody's had this revenue-chasing mentality that did not fix medicine. It didn't improve quality. It did feed the opioid epidemic. Again, and they also gave our railroads away to the Canadians. I mean, just get out of New York State. Like, go to Quebec. Because again, like, Moody's most successful constituency has been the Canadians taking businesses away from America because you, again, gave unfavorable ratings to high-performing American industries going back to the railroads. Again, Americans wake up. How is it that we have a second world railroad infrastructure? Moody's. Why would we let them do the same kind of work in healthcare? We never elected them. They don't have any real authority. They're acting like the Dutch West India Colony was. We won the American Revolution. We ran the Dutch out. And so Moody's needs to get out of rating hospital bonds and get out of rating the railroads. And so join us. at the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission, where we'll accredit hospitals, physicians, surgery centers, based on quality and finance simultaneously. We'll reopen some number of those 180 rural hospitals, and we'll maybe have it as an IPO, and it'll just again be like the most successful, investment grade decision. Is rural hospitals. There are people that said you can't put a hospital in Rochester, Minnesota, and have the best quality. That was the Mayo Clinic. And there are people that say you can't. And again, we don't need people telling physicians and hospitals what we can't do. Turn us loose, we'll run down 31 parasites out of our food supply. We can do it in 7 days or less. Every day, every waking day, we're a week or less from running out 31 pathogens from our civilization for all the time. That's what we do. That's what Entericology does. It's one medical specialty that's been underappreciated, that we want to shed light on. We also we want to replace the bond rating function for our hospitals, because hospitals deserve better. Physicians deserve better. U.S. governors deserve better. Such a huge proportion of the American economy, 20% of the American economy hinges on healthcare. A huge proportion of that hinges on the interest service on the debt for those hospitals. And again, 38 states, literally aren't large enough to meet the highest threshold for getting the best bond rating, and therefore aren't able to compete in manufacturing, and aren't able to compete in other global industries. So even folks in Ohio, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, they're have tried to compete on the global stage in manufacturing. You have to look to how is it that Moody's has mandated that small local hospitals have to be absorbed into large regional hospitals, or else they can't access the debt markets. Because that originates from Moody's, and those are the same guys that gave your railroads away to the Canadians. I mean, how do you lose the railroads to the Canadians? You really have to look at it. It's one of the most you could look at from a Russian perspective. Russia, losing all of the Eastern Bloc, was a catastrophic tactical failure. It happened to be the right choice because we're in the free world. Moody's is on the wrong side of the free world, though. I mean, literally, the people that benefit from that entity are so small. It's literally folks that are working at Moody's and in the meeting making a decision on the bond ratings. Because again, total revenue is not an acceptable measure of the investment grade of a hospital. It doesn't incorporate the credit worthiness. It doesn't incorporate the likelihood of repaying the debt. It doesn't incorporate medical science in any way. It doesn't even attempt to. Moody's metrics don't even attempt to look at medical science. And what's happened in the last 20, 30 years is hospitals have migrated away from basic science programs in their hospitals because Moody's hasn't given them any credit for it. And so, you wake up and you look around, and we don't have a basic scientist in epidemiology in the local community hospital. In 180 hospitals that are rural hospitals is the whole public health network for those towns and villages. We're totally run out. Who's going to take over that public health? Who's going to do it? I mean, we invested in those locations. We invested in those facilities. The people in those towns still live there. Again, what's an investment grade hospital? What's a non-investment grade hospital? If you don't have any medical science training, how could you possibly answer that question? We know that Moody's doesn't have the training to do it. If you look at the bond rating opinion, it sounds like a computer talking to a computer. It doesn't originate from, you don't hear a Louis Pasteur citation. You don't see a path report. You don't see a colon cancer number. I mean, it's baffling. What's investment grade? If you're not talking about, the people that revolutionized medicine, what's in your path report? What's in your bond rating? Oh, well, this hospital bought up another hospital, and now it's over $2 billion, so we're going to give them the cheapest access to debt. You are? Why? Well, because we said the 2 billion is good to be above. What about all the hospitals in New Hampshire and South Dakota and Montana, in Alaska, in Colorado, where the states are not populous enough to have a $2 billion hospital? I mean, Moody's doesn't have an answer for it. Hospital administrators know that the consolidation in the industry originates from Moody's. And again, the emperor has no clothes. There's no value to the Moody's bond rating system. We can rate your bonds as an accreditor, and we can rate quality and finance simultaneously. You can't. My grandfather invented the modern fire truck. We put the best of public health, quality and finance in every town and village in America. Like the 911 program only exists because there was a truck to send, and there was a team to go. And at the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission, we have this fundamental belief that you have to do quality and finance together. And so we can rate the bonds for hospitals. We can set the valuation for surgery centers, for physician groups, in a way that makes sense for them. And we can also quality rate the science in cooperation with the local folks. Because it'll change our people forever for the better. And so with that, we thank you for your time and patience, and we ask you to join our movement, with the Hippocratic Knighthood Commission, and join our movement with the Sir Henry Vaughan College of Knights, and join us as part of this new medical science in the Louis Pasteur tradition, and the Edward Jenner tradition, and the Jonas Salk tradition, to try to rid our species of 31 pathogens that are recognized by the WHO, and change our species forever for the better. We took out the panther. We can take out some pathogens that turn up in food and in surgical infections.